Cek. going to be quite the positional one. White trying to get those breaks in Ivanka, but it will get exciting. But it's got very, very exciting on our other board. You know, we spoke of Arjun, we spoke of Prague. Prague takes on the world number one. David just started us the dialogue. This is a move that I've been seeing Prague employ so many times recently. Push the H pawn, go H4 as quickly as you can against the Sicilian.
how we always try to convince the world that we're not geeks. And yet we delve into these rabbit holes and we kind of see the humor in making special moves.
But I really think that there's something to this. I think this has to be part of the preparation that Peter Lemon has been involved with. I mean, you don't get to see this kind of a position which looks extremely frightening against Berlin every day.
Berlin is
change the rules of chess, right? You can't do that.
No, not at all. No, I'm with you on this. It's 3, 4, 5, and we see what happens. I wonder what chat thinks, how many Armageddons we get to do.
Let us know in the chat. I think that's how Omnithon was first created. Like someone was playing the game and they're like, what? Your pawn is moved past mine. I'm changing the rules. Hold on. Just take it
How
anyway.
dare you?
But also, like at some point, the queens were very slow pieces. You know, they only move one square at a time. Like, when does people go like, this is boring? Let's make her move across the board.
And at the very start, queens didn't even exist on the chessboard. So there have been moments when chess rules have been changed, but not today, David.
I'll talk good.
What do you mean we'll see? It's not up for discussion. It's a democracy, 2 versus 1.
We win.
The numbers always matter. So, okay, well, in front of us we have some games. Maybe we can explore what is going down in the game between Juju and Juju. That's not what catches my eye for the time being. But I'm happy to go to another game. It's just a very balanced game. So here there's a choice. It's always there in the air, like what to do with this knight on e4. And it's interesting actually that she's responded with queen c2 as opposed to playing a move like bishop takes knight instead and going for that change in pawn structure. So here the question is what to do with the knight. Do you reinforce it with bishop coming out to e5? Do you step back with the knight to d6 and argue that it's going to have a square? That would say well, because the bishop can see it's not a problem. Or do you go knight takes knight and not really any time? But I suspect that the bishop will come out to e5
lost against each other many times. What can they expect from today's battle?
We have played several games, like many of the candidates, also many important tournaments, even in the Norwegians in their elections. We almost had a very electronic score. I think, like any other opponent, he's also quite strong player.
Looking forward to see your battle.
You're playing a player today that has struggled a little bit in the first 2 rounds. Does that mean that you're more willing to take risks against the player that maybe struggled? The scoring system was also inclined to take a little bit of risk. Do you think about that at all, or do you just play normal chess? Good luck up. Alright, as you're 1 or 2 out of 2 games, you get 3 points for the win. How much do you think about the scoring system? What's the how you feel today?
Well, very good, very good. I'm kind of
Quite good, I think will be an interesting game. My first one in this tournament. It's a bit of a change.
Coming after a long tournament, classical tournament, do you have some time also to rest before the game?
Yeah, just normal comedy. Simply because no matter how well I'm prepared, if I'm tired when I play badly, it doesn't help too much.
Good luck today.
We know it's early in the tournament. We know that you guys are thinking that it's a long tournament, but do you feel a little bit that excitement about this being a top battle, even though it's only round 2? Okay, so I'd like to ask you, nowadays, 2 of the young up-and-coming players on the Norwegian tour, is that extra exciting for you to play against and have these matchups?
If you know, you know. I just have to get those small little bragging rights.
You know, honestly, everything you just said makes me feel super good about my prediction because, like you said, you know, you've got the H pawn off the board, you've got the B pawn off the board in some of the games, and even the only game without queens on the board, that's Winston Timer and Wesley. So it looks like a fascinating endgame with a timer about to win a pawn. Super happy about my prediction of 4 Armageddon. What about you, David Howard? By the way, I want to start chat. This is absolute muffin monster.
I just got 1 point.
I mean, and this is incredible. Look at this beautiful venue at Norway right now. You've got the best players in the world here fighting it out. Big, big battles. Everyone's discussing chess. You know, all commentators here. And every time David Howell has 10 seconds, he just runs right across and picks up a muffin. This is like his 10th. I know.
I can sit behind the desk and tell you, like, everyone is huge, obviously. The players are
There's nothing left for the others, Yogi. It's like no muffins left.
Oh, dear. Yeah. I think it's, my conditions to get revenge on Tanya. Feel free to wow, okay, well, after this pretty general introduction, let's break my brain is not working fast enough, David, to rescue you. I'm so sorry.
You're like the nicest person ever.
Okay, back to the chess. Which positions catch your eye? Should we
Oh, maybe we can revisit Pragnanda against Carlsen because we left at h4 and we were discussing the heavily theoretical e5 pawn push. We also discussed John Mulligan the knight and this Steveningen pawn structure. And we see that Magnus has indeed gone for it, but he has inserted like h6. And the question is, in a open Sicilian where white is going for the black knight immediately, is this okay or is this already initiative white?
fascinating breakdown because I look at these Fischer-Sozin ideas, which is with the bishop coming out to c4, and very often you're looking at going long castle and attacking on the king side anyway as white. Prague has already provoked h4, h6. He's already provoked that move that you spoke of. So one can actually imagine that working to his favor, and I think it's very likely that we'll see Prague bringing his bishop out, his queen out, and actually getting king
goes for this b5 plan. Maybe he wants to wait it out with bishop e7. He's then going to go, right, I will go for this formation and also try and oppose the problems where white is going to put the king as well. Because a3 is also a hook, you know, for a later b5. So I think the questions are on both sides, but Magnus, he also plays the man. He's one of those that he understands his opponent's psychological weaknesses. So Magnus is like, how can I best make cracks?
Right now, first, trying to survive you being dead.
Underneath one, I would say.
Absolutely. Well, maybe I can't wait to get back to the confession booth and see what he has conjured up. See what analysis that he can make. But Magnus deep in thought, so let's go back to our bird's eye view and take a look at what is rocking on the other boards. Maybe we can begin with Bibisara Salvega against Divya. I say this because it's been a Catalan position, but white has broken out into four lands. Divya, replay and see how things go
Actually, it does come. D4. I'm impressed the blue arrow appears. I guess that's because black was ready to build with E5. No building here. It's white who's going to get there first. And a few moves later, she strikes E4. We see not an eval bar, we see the win, draw, loss bar. That's the opening percentages. White scoring quite well. Lots of draws, but white scoring quite well, as we see next to the board. We see some captures and E5, and still a lot of games. White winning 33% of them, 53% draw rate though, showing that it is quite a level position. I guess if the D and E pawns disappear, almost symmetrical. What do we think of this? Who's going to be happier?
Wow, and the fact that we do have a lot of games in this position, you know, Divya, I know she's extremely well prepared, also ahead on the clock. While both players are doing well so far, I think Divya is in familiar territory right now. I also see bishop g5 is the most played move in this position, attacking the queen, and then black almost follows it up instantly with f-pawn moving forward, blocking that attack and hitting the bishop on g5. I just want to point out it's not the only way to continue. There are ideas of also putting the rook on the E line instead of the bishop coming up. Pawn takes pawn is an option here. You could also put your bishop on E3. And everything feels pretty okay for white. So I'm expecting Bibisara to take her time. For me, it's so impressive, David and Jovanka, that both these players debutants at Norway Chess. It's their first Norway Chess. Bibisara going into round 3 has a 1.5 point lead over the rest of the field.
She started with 2 blacks as well.
She started with 2 blacks as well. Divya is the one player who's chasing her, a 1.5 behind. I mean, this is an incredibly important matchup for Norway Chess women. She's at 3, and she's won both her matches in the Armageddon. First taking down the reigning world champion, the reigning classical world champion, and then second, Humpy, who is a former women world rapid champion.
Yeah, she's been very impressive. Oops, that was me.
What is it, Yob? You gotta show us. Is it your lucky coin?
Yes. I like to fidget with things, so unfortunately, you know, I don't have a chess pawn to twirl around. So I have a little coin, and it's got my Chinese zodiac monkey. So
wow.
thank you very much, Tanya, for
I just feel like chat and all of us, we are friends. We should know what's going on here.
She's calling everyone out today. I was actually watching The Dark Knight this morning, and of course there's some coin flipping in that movie too. I appreciate that, Ivanka. But while Tanya's calling out us on all of our habits, I'm going to call out some opening moves because our producer, shout out to Bick, has asked a question, and I'm also curious to learn. In this position, instead of knight bd2, he's asking about the move knight c3. And I guess one question is d takes c4, what happens there? But the question mainly revolves around b6, knight f to d2, and okay, bishop b7, e4. He's asking why not? I mean, to my eyes, this also looks quite promising for white. Maybe this is something that Bibisara could have considered. Maybe she was just called out early because she has been spending a bit of time.
Yeah, it's a common idea, right, to go knight f to d2 and then get in a more controlled e4. Very nice idea.
Yeah, I think like the key is always whether black can strike with e5 after e4, because if black has to take on e4, I mean, this structure is very nice for white. Tension between the bishops mean it's hard for black to ever play c5. This is why bishop g6 isn't so popular, I think, in the Catalan in general, because the knight often hits that bishop. But the question in my eyes would be whether e5 is possible, and okay, the bar doesn't move. Actually, it moves in black's favor, if anything, so maybe this type of idea, as soon as knight d2 is played, is the question. Also, knight c3 is a pawn gambit, so not to everyone's taste. e4,
Also-
e5. Go on, Ivanka. Go on, Tanya, sorry.
I just realized, isn't Bibisara the only player in the women's section to have won a classical game so far?
Yes.
In the tournament?
Only classical victory.
Round 1 against Humpy?
Yep.
Yep.
That's why it's been Armageddon galore here. Like, barely anyone has won. Like, just Ali Reza and Bibisara.
Alireza twice?
Twice.
Bibisara once?
Exactly.
Wow.
That's why I'm bidding low on the decisive results. I'm seeing the patterns. I think it's guaranteed there's only one more.
I can't believe I didn't look at... I was just looking at the positions. I completely forgot.
Did you go with 5 today?
No, I went with 3.
You've gone with 3 Armageddons.
Yeah,
Ah, okay.
David went with 5 Armageddons.
Maximum.
Yeah.
But yesterday, in all fairness, it could have gone 4 decisive results.
Yeah.
Very easily, you know. And it's actually a sign of the tournament atmosphere. Like, it felt like at times it was a big blunderfest. Or just like the nerves were getting to the players.
Yeah. It does feel like, because everyone's being so ambitious nowadays in the opening choices, in the playing style, it feels like players on the flip side are also kind of forced into uncomfortable situations, burning more time on the clock, feeling a bit more uncomfortable. It definitely feels like a few years ago, before these younger players came in and totally revitalized the style of chess that everyone's playing, that players were trying to be just much more stable, playing the same openings, quite predictable stuff, a bit more stodgy, a bit more solid, lots of endgames. Now it's just chaos, and as a fan, as a commentator, I love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. I mean, speaking of chaos, I think one of the most chaotic Armageddons that I've ever seen was yesterday, Bibisara. Right? She blunders a rook, but that actually turned out to be almost like a brilliancy that won her the game. Completely down a rook, Ivanka, in that one. Winning the pawns, continuing her attack. Fantastic play.
It was a very nervy Armageddon, a roller coaster of a ride. And today it's looking like things are gonna go that way as well, potentially. Especially Magnus Carlsen has been surprised by Pragnananda, but he actually visited the confessional booth. So let's get to hear what Magnus Carlsen thinks of his position.
So the first day I played the Queen's Gambit as black against Alireza, and I mentioned that after white plays knight f3, knight c3, there are about 8, maybe 9 playable moves for black. And today I'm playing the Najdorf, and I played it against Georgian in Siegemann a few weeks ago, and famously lost that game. And I was a bit surprised on move 6 because he played f4, which he normally doesn't do. And so today Prague went h4, and guess what? I was surprised again. The funny thing is that I mentioned the 8 moves in the Queen's Gambit. I think in the Najdorf there's about 20. So there's h3, h4, g3, then, well, g4 is not really a move. There's rook g1, there's f3, f4, Bishop e2, bishop d3, bishop c4, bishop e3, bishop g5, bishop d2 even some people have played. There's queen f3, there's queen e2, there's queen d3, there is and then there's a3, and then a4. So that's, I think, 17 pretty decent moves, and b3 as well. So that's there's an American player, Andrew Carklins, who used to play that. So there's at least 18 decent moves there, I think. Yet I managed to be surprised. So here we go. I decided just to do h6 because why not? It's always a question, like in all the normal lines, who does h6 and h4 benefit? I would guess an average play, maybe white a little bit, but I'm not quite sure. He pretty confidently went bishop c4, so that any thoughts of him being completely surprised by that went out the window. But I'm just still thinking, like, how bad can it be? And at least when I went in here, he was thinking just a little bit. So we'll see.
How bad can it be? So Magnus telling us that he was completely surprised by h4, and I like the way he went across the board, like naming all of the possible moves against the Najdorf. I mean, this is why I don't touch that opening. It feels like it's a memory test right from the start.
And the fact that he still managed to be surprised after all those moves, having looked at it in h4, and he said, how bad can it be? I'd say pretty bad, because it's about 22 minutes now for Magnus on this move, David.
Exactly. He also forgot knight b3, as played by Matus Bartel, the Polish Grandmaster. So, yeah, I mean, I love to see this from Magnus. This kind of this curiosity, this love of history, this chess trivia. But I do wonder, is he at that stage in his career where he's enjoying the game more, curious about the game more, he's got a more academic approach? Does that detract from the competitive, like the hunger, the focus, the kind of all-out drive to win?
Yeah, that's really fascinating, because for a man who's done everything and more, who's won everything imaginable, the absolute goat of chess, and you could, of course, make arguments and be on any side of it. For me, it's always between Fischer, Gary, and Magnus, and I'm going to say that Magnus wins for me. Mm-hmm. Do you come at that point where really it's about the beauty and the art of the game, and the sport side of it is not your primary focus then? And Magnus, very often we've seen him, go for those queen sacrifices, go for those ideas that just sort of invite interesting, beautiful chess on the board. And that's what he's been treating us to lately.
Yeah, because when you've achieved all of the sporting titles, you can start focusing on the artistry. But I have always considered this, I've always wondered, and I've never ever had the courage to ask Magnus, where does he keep all his trophies? Like, literally, it must be like a house full of them.
We find out this now with chess. When Magnus joins us, we will ask him this question. But maybe David Howell already has some intel on this.
Oh, I've seen them all around the place. Like, everywhere I go, there seems to be a different, like...
You mean,
one in Norway, one in...
But where do you keep them? I mean, when you have so many, right? How many world titles does he have? I mean,
21.
21, right? Like, where does he keep them? Does he have, like, one in the bedroom, one in the living room?
All in the bedroom. Just look at them every morning when you wake up.
The trophies are in the bedroom, Magnus sleeps outside.
I mean, I think the key is, like, he's not even that attached to his trophies. Like, he loves the titles, he wants more and more, but it's always about the next one. It's not about the past ones. Mm-hmm. I think that's what keeps Magnus going.
Yeah.
And any great champion.
Yeah. I mean, I have a feeling that whenever Magnus actually decides to retire from chess, he's still going to be world number one.
Yeah. I think he'll want to be world number one when he goes out. Like, if he drops to world number 5, he will not stop there. No. He'll be like, no, I have to push until I'm comfortable with my level, and then I'll walk. It's going to be on a high.
It has to be on a high. So what do you think? what level will it be? Like if he kind of gets very close to 2900, because a few years ago he announced that he was going to aim for 2900.
He's 2840 right now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to retire before him. I think he just loves chess too much.
I'd love that. I think it'll be a really sad day when that happens. So hope not to see that for the next decade or so at least. You know, there are athletes who obviously push their own limits in a sport and achieve greatness. But I think Magnus Carlsen has pushed the limits of the sport itself. He's changed the way chess is played.
Yep, absolutely. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and let's leave Magnus pondering there because, I want to know what's happening. First up, between Ali Reza with the black pieces against Gukesh, because I saw Gukesh play the moves b4, b5, the minority attack, and c takes b5 was the very calm response there. Whereas other players still very much thinking Vincent Keimer now out of his preparation against Wesley. So can we dive into the Gukesh Firouzja, please?
Let's do it. Let's dive into that game. Magnus, that was a 25-minute thing and counting. That's a lot of time invested. Here, it feels like neither side has been burning too much time on the clock, but interesting moments. A quick action replay, because we were last here after knight back to f8. We were predicting knight to c1 as an option from Gukesh, with the idea of building with f3, e4. Very logical. Maybe the knight comes around to b3 and later comes forward to c5, but okay, Gukesh plays a waiting move, mysterious queen c2, and the idea after bishop d7 was now the time is right, b4. I said this has fallen out of fashion, but if you can achieve it, I guess, in a favourable way, why not? Especially while the black knights are far away from the c4 square. Normally if a black knight were on, for example, d6, it's a bad idea, because black's knight covers too many nice squares. The knights are distant, queen takes b4, the idea is now that bishop d7 has been played, the b7 pawn is indefensible, you can't hold on to it. So instead b4, black just chills, knight f6, b5, a capture, and looks like black wants to occupy the c-file, but knight f4. It's an interesting moment here because the next move, queen to d6, is given a question mark, and I see out the corner of my eye that the eval bar was actually on black side if he'd played the move b4, giving up his central pawn and just saying, okay, queen d6, white can't pin because white can't fork because white gets pinned. And interesting, the outside pawn majority maybe just very strong for black.
But very counterintuitive to give up a central pawn and not your side pawns. I also see another argument though, once you have this position on the board, that it opens up certain diagonals for the light squared bishop that Alireza would be left with in this position. And instead, let's compare it to what's happening right now, David, because Alireza has decided to defend that central pawn, give up the b5 pawn. And yes, there's material balance, but a healthier pawn formation for white. You have 2 pawn islands if you're Gukesh. 3 is what Alireza will be left with. And pay special attention to that d5 pawn, because that's the same color as his bishop. It's going to restrict the activity, an easy target for white as well. Plant the queen on b3, get the rooks on b1, c1, shift your attention to the queen side suddenly. And I just feel like there is something to play for here for white.
Yeah, this is exactly what you aim to achieve with that minority attack. It's the fewer pawn islands, it's the isolated pawns you give the opponent. Maybe that's why b4 was so strong. Like, this pawn is weak anyway. Giving it up wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world, and b4 would have been a very strong pawn for black long term.
Yeah,
but,
and
difficult.
I also wanted to point out the fact that the knight on f4 is perfectly placed. And it sounds like it's an insignificant thing, but often white will, say for instance, there was no knight on e2, white will often go knight c3, knight e2, knight f4 in order to put pressure on at d5. So, looking nice for Gukesh.
The whole idea of starting with that knight to e2 has worked out perfectly with what he's got. Yes, it's not too much, and I think black still has enough resources to keep things defended, but I think it's progress. Out of the opening, the world champion, I'd say, is the happier one.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is the type of position where the likes of Magnus would be thriving. They would be like, oh, positional advantage, weak d5 pawn, slightly bad bishop for black, and long-term grind. It's just about whether Gukesh is able to turn it into anything bigger. Yeah, question mark I think is harsh on this last move because it was a tough judgment call, but yeah, it was maybe a small missed opportunity for Firouzja.
And something we've seen actually in this event so far is that Gukesh has gotten those winning positions. He's just having problems just landing those killer blows. Yesterday he was winning against Wesley, just lost as well. He lost his momentum, and then also the same thing happened against Vincent Keimer, but there he even overpressed. So it's going to be an interesting tussle here, especially first time as Alireza plays with the black pieces. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because we've already had 2 games where the queens have been traded off, and I would like to head to the battle between the old friends, the old rivals, Humpy Kineru against Anna Muzicuk. When we last saw it, it was just literally on move 2 where there's maximum tension in the center. Let's just break down exactly what happened, because there might not be too many fireworks on this one.
This one feels like it might be heading towards Armageddon. Humpy unable to recover from the surprise, or as early as move 2, d4, d5, Queen's Gambit. And yeah, I call it the double Queen's Gambit. I actually don't know what the official name is. Queen's Gambit accepted his d-tick c4. Queen's Gambit declined his e6, but it must be the double Queen's Gambit, right?
All right, it actually has a name, I can tell you. The Queen's Pawn opening, Kraus variation.
Kraus.
Okay.
Just
new today.
trivia. Hang on a second. I tell a lie. I'm so sorry. That exact position is called the Austrian variation. So I did you guys dirty. It's the Austrian variation, and then at some point it becomes the Kraus variation.
Kraus sounds like an Austrian name.
Yes, it happened on move 5.
Wow, interesting. c5. I'll still call it the double Queen's Gambit. The Queen's Gambit squared.
Can we call it the face-off? The
face-off.
central face-off.
Yeah, the fearsome 4. I don't know. Either way, the pawn started disappearing. C takes d5. Knight f6. I remember like Hikaru Nakamura playing this a lot. Even at the candidates, he played this against Prague and beat him in 2024. This early c5 idea. I've never really looked into this, I must say. Magnus has played Hikaru multiple times in this opening, though. Taking the pawn is one question. I think black is supposed to here take off the queens and argue that this pawn is not long for the world anyway. It's going to get caught by knight a6 or e6, e5, and then it will drop. So Humpy decided not to question Anna Muzicuk too much on any opening theory. Knight f3. We saw some captures in the center, total symmetry, and again, this is something I've seen Hikaru do from the black side. Bishop d7 meets the check, and I think if white's being ambitious, you're supposed to take and put the knight on f5 or knight on c2 and try to bring it round to an ice outpost on d5, but she dropped it back, and this is the current position. Early queen trade. I've got to say, like, if anyone's happier here, it's probably Anna Muzicuk, just because, I mean, she's going to wreck the white pawn structure. Very worst, it's total symmetry. Humpy, yeah, spending a lot of time on the clock as well.
I think most likely this will be our first game to go into Armageddon, and I completely agree with that sentiment. Anna Muzicuk playing with the black pieces, and of course, you know, if it was to go in that direction, we'll need only a draw to take the match. I mean, she's got so much experience, and I feel like when we talk of form, she's the player in better form right now. Humpy yet to score a win. And I think out of the opening, Humpy cannot be happy with what has happened. She's a player who does like more, who does want something to play for. And I just think she was extremely surprised with Anna's choice of the fearsome 4.
Yeah, love it.
I love it. I think, in fact, a whole load of openings should be renamed so that they sound way more scary than they actually are. The fearsome 4 is just the start of something new. And I completely agree. Anna Muzicuk is definitely the happier of the two. She can just develop her pieces very easily. She can get the knight out to c6. The king will castle wherever direction it wants to go. There are open lines to be enjoyed. But this one looking like it's going to fizzle out. Let's go to the other queenless game, and that's between Vincent against Wesley. So this was Vincent with his home cooking, and Wesley reacted not with f5. We saw bishop b7 happen, and we've just arrived to get an exclam. But let's see how things unfolded.
Yeah, we were talking about f5, as you said there, Ivanka. Instead, bishop b7, very natural. That's a counterattack against the e4 pawn. Slides across, hits the bishop, which moves with gain of tempo, hitting the white rook. And as you said, exclam. Makes a lot of sense. The bishop is hit, you're a pawn down. Why not move the bishop and regain the pawn? And I've got to say, like, unless Vincent's able to find something here and now, this looks very drawish as well. It doesn't feel like Vincent's new idea has come to any real dividends.
Not at all. And I think if you're white here, you already want to think about pulling the brakes a little bit because black has this bishop pair ready to go a4, open up the lines on the left side as well. I would think that you want to pick up that bishop at the center of the board. You know, the black knight also ready to jump out to d5, bishop takes knight threaten. But even if you were to capture the bishop, if you're Vincent Keimer, I mean, Wesley's next move is a bit of a pre-move, hitting the white bishop, and then also the knight coming forward to d5 on the next move, a4 coming up. I think Wesley solved all opening problems. The reason why he's not on his chair right now.
Yeah. Vincent has a really nice rook, but at the 7th rank here, I don't think it's an issue. Black can always just put the bishop back on f8, defend everything. Maybe the b5 pawn's slightly weak. Rook to b7. Try and go for that one, but even if that pawn drops, black's so active.
Just doesn't feel like there's enough meat in the possession.
But even
Or
this.
muffin. Sorry. Go on, Johan.
Thank you, Tanya. I was all ready to say something, and then you just. Okay, so I was gonna say, you said earlier on, Tanya, that you felt like white should be pulling the brakes, but the game that we just what we saw just pan out, it felt like it was better for black, because black is the one who can start pushing on the queen side. So then bishop to d2, a4.
Let's say black. Let's say the black knight is hit. Rook b7.
Bishop.
C5.
Bishop c5.
A bit risky, maybe b4.
Yeah. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe it's just visually impressive.
Surprised the eval bar's not totally winning for white here.
Where are you moving? You have to go bishop to d4? Is that
But
the
then
point?
knight takes bishop.
And then bishop e3,
Yes.
that's just lost. Where are you moving your bishop to keep everything under control?
Yeah.
You're not. Maybe so bishop to c5 isn't the right move. Maybe you just...
Rook e7. That's the result.
Ah, okay.
But pawn takes bishop, pawn takes knight. This doesn't look like a happy endgame for black.
No.
Maybe a3, put the bishop on b4.
Oh, this is such a dreamy position for white.
Yeah, maybe it's a draw, but you suffer a lot before you get there with black. Two pieces against the rook.
Okay, so one can't be too casual about this position as black. So knight takes bishop. It's been played. Rook takes, and then move the bishop.
Yeah, let's also point out, Yogi, that I think d2 is the best square here. Bishop e3 still runs into knight d5.
Very annoying, and bishop g3 probably is not doing much on this square. And now the reason I want that was because I'm a bit into e5, b4, maybe even c3, hitting a2. So bishop to d2. So just before we move on, how does black deal with this type of thing?
Can you just step back with the rook? Rook e6. Or even rook a6.
Now, rook e6, I was a bit scared of knight to d4.
Yeah, me too. That's why I thought, well, let's backpedal there.
Rook a6, maybe. Yeah.
Because I love you guys so much, can I try something fun?
Yes.
After rook to b7, can I go pawn takes pawn and just ignore my knight hanging and try to queen my pawn?
I also thought about that, but then I thought rook takes knight.
Great minds, Ivanka, look at that.
Ooh.
The bar doesn't move too much.
Yeah, we have a move from Vincent quickly, but just to show the idea, it was this one, and black's pawn just super strong.
Bishop b2 coming in next.
Queen, and if I try and stop that, then... Ooh.
b4 looks nice.
Or bishop a1 though, maybe. Still good for black. Maybe there's an immediate knockout.
Oh, wow. And look, yeah, this would be very dangerous. By the way, a different decision from Vincent. He's gone all the way back to the starting square.
With gain of time to activate this rook on c1. Okay, to take or not to take?
It's the big question.
Don't take. Just go bishop f8.
Yeah.
With that, there is no mate.
Isn't that for the knight, though?
That is correct. But
But right now it's for the bishop.
but the reason why I wanted to put the bishop on f8 wasn't actually to stop mate. It was basically to defend g7.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I like it. And then a4 is coming up next anyway. Knight d5, knight b4 ideas. I just feel like it's not enough for white.
Yeah, I mean now rook b7 can be met by knight d5 at the minimum. And knight into c3.
Lovely.
And regaining the pawn, this is just going to fizzle out towards a draw.
Who do you think goes faster to Armageddon? Anna Muzichuk or Vincent Keimer?
I think this game.
Uh-huh.
Fewer pieces left. How about you?
And they're also move 23, so yes, this game, I completely agree. I think between Humpy and Anna, that's just move 13. So they either have to repeat the position 3 times,
Yes.
or they have to play out to move 31, and then they can agree a draw.
Yeah, I saw a featured chat just a moment ago. It's like asking why they play so fast. They still have so much time, but I think this game specifically, it's because a lot of it was opening preparation until just 4 moves ago. Vincent Keimer had clearly studied everything before. So why spend time when you know what's going on?
Yeah, I have to agree with you guys on this. I think this will be one of the 3 Armageddons, and the other one will be the second one. I don't know where the third one's coming for. Yavanka, good time to pull up a bird's eye view, because I'm seeing the bars move around a little bit up and down. So we're getting fascinating middle games. And again, top pro, that's Norway chess. We've got advantage white on 2 of our boards.
We do have advantage white on 2 of our boards. We also have a lot of games that look like they are gonna fizzle out, but then they will sizzle in the Armageddon. We are gonna go on a short break. When we return, we are gonna dive into those middle game stages, just break down all of the action that's happened so far. Stay tuned.
Your game is evolving, now your style should too. Welcome to the Chess.com merch store, your home for everything off the board. We've studied the theory of comfort so you don't have to. The Essentials collection is the ultimate low-profile kit. Premium tees, hoodies, and hats with 0 distractions. It's the baseline for your wardrobe that lets your moves do the talking. From the classic rook to the legendary mittens, our plushies now come in every color to match your setup, mostly because they'll never judge your accuracy. And for those who still love the tactile feel of a win, explore our official chess sets. Durable, tournament ready, and designed to handle every celebratory slam or graceful resignation. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned pro, we've got the perfect setup for you. So head over to chesscom.shop to explore these and many more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
Hey guys, if I make this in 1 go, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Does an own goal count? Hey guys, new plan. If I make this shot, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Hey guys, last try. If I make this bullseye, we're launching the no ads plan. No more questions. I did it! I made the bullseye! Do it! Launch the no ads plan!
Love chess but don't like ads? Sign up for chess.com's no ads plan and play chess ad free.
We are back, and with an intro like that, I think the only thing the three of us can say is Avengers Assemble! Come on, guys. you could give it a little bit more
Let's
welly.
do one more time.
Yeah. I'll join you. Come on. Avengers Assemble! That's my team.
All right, a quick question. I know. Sorry, Ivanka. What Avenger are you?
La 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 la. I don't know too many. I was thinking about this and I was like, I literally just know the Black Widow.
Yeah, I could see Ivanka as the Black Widow.
See that.
Yeah.
Scarlet Witch, scarlet hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you?
Always like stepping up the game.
What about
Very
you?
focused. I'm not sure about me, but I think I know which one David Howell is.
Shang-Chi. No. No, I might have the body of Thor, but I've got the mind
Of
of Doctor
course.
Strange.
The looks of Thor. You know, I would say every time I watch Avengers, there's Tony Stark, who's always eating something, David Howell.
I mean, I might have devoured a wrap and a muffin in that last break, but that's not the point.
You were not the only one. I was watching you both devour the wrap. And we have the photographic evidence to prove it. If you're so inclined, get your back, Tanya.
But I got so scared right now. But it's only Magnus Carlsen on our screens, guys.
It is. And Magnus went into a really long think, very uncharacteristic of him. He actually went to the confessional. So let's hear what he's thinking about his position.
Why would somebody use half an hour and then play a normal move like knight c6 so early opening? It's a very good question, and honestly, I don't have a convincing answer. I spend most of my time looking at knight takes e4. I believe that then if he goes for kind of the most obvious line, which is taking back d5, bishop d3, take on e4, e5, I trade queens. Looked at that for a bit and it seems fine. But he has various ways of sacrificing a pawn, and in the end, I rejected the line kind of because, yeah, queen e2, dc4, bishop e3, and so on. It looked really dangerous, but I don't know. I just honestly just wimped out a little bit at the end, which is a little bit sad, but there we go.
Magnus Carlsen wimping out in his own words. Well, he mentioned there that he was considering sacrificing the knight temporarily for the e-pawn in order to deliver fork against the bishop and the knight. David, maybe we can break down that position. Was Magnus right to vie away from the challenge?
Yeah, thank you. I was going to ask the exact same thing. I'm super curious about this because it wasn't on my radar, I must admit. And Magnus, of course, he sees so much that lies beneath the surface. He sees deeply, he understands, he's evaluating all the time, but that was quite a forcing line. So maybe we bring up our analysis board now while he goes back into the tank down at the hour mark now, and we investigate. Knight takes e4. Quite a typical type of move. It is well known in other openings. It's actually a line in similar positions in the Najdorf as well, but knight takes e4. The eval bar starts to rise, so Magnus may be lucky to dodge this bullet. He was tempted, but his spidey senses were tingling. And d5, he actually mentioned exactly what the computer suggests. Here, white has multiple moves. White can retreat the bishop. Just for everyone at home, he said that this was equal. He's going to trade off the queens once the knight moves, and he would be correct. Black is totally fine here. So perfect evaluation from Magnus, but also perfect evaluation in the end that after d5, white can just ignore it. Give the piece back, play queen e2, queen f3, pretty much anywhere on this diagonal. h5 also interesting, and this is a big advantage for white because black is so far behind in development. No time to castle either for black because here there's too many discovered attack threats against the queen. Queen c7, queen g4, and the computer says that white is almost winning. So Magnus making a good choice, but it cost him a lot of time on the clock.
A lot of time, and he ended up just playing a very natural move. So if we go to the game position, what is Magnus's plan now? Because again, he's thinking as to what to do. It's not an easy decision for him at all, because how is he going to get the king to safety? How is he going to connect the rooks? Is the queen going to come to c7? I mean, you're constantly having to look ahead.
And the position's just getting started. You know, to just finish what happened in that confessional when he spoke about, you asked me why I spent 30 minutes playing a move like knight c6. I don't have an answer to that. But then he did, right? He showed this exact same line, and I'm sure majority of those 30 minutes was spent on that. Very little actually to make the decision of jumping in with the knight to c6. And I think that's a very key takeaway. By the way, a big move by Magnus. He pushes that h-pawn forward, making sure that not only that Prag's h-pawn goes anywhere ahead, but also tying down g4. No more g4. The black knight potentially heading there next. Knight g4, opening up the bishop and the queen battery against the h4 pawn. But David, I just want to finish that thought that very often, and I think we've all been there as chess players, that you go so deep into a tactical variation like Magnus did with knight takes pawn, you get married to that idea, and even if you realize it's not working, you end up sort of convincing yourself to go for it. But it's very important to pull back if you don't see a way forward and then just change your mind. And it's easier said than done.
Exactly. Easier said than done. Like, I mean, I'm the kind of ultimate overthinker. I'm a big time travel addict. And I found that the longer thinks that I have, either they end up being mistakes or I play my first instinct anyway. And yeah, often it's just because you get too curious. You really want to dig deep, investigate. And Magnus has always been so good at playing the time versus perfection ratio. He'll play good moves. He doesn't always have to be the best move, but he'll keep a time advantage, keep some time in the bank, pressure his opponents on the clock. It does seem to me like in this tournament he's committing, well, he's kind of falling guilty of similar habits that I'm used to. He just wants to know, he just wants to explore, he wants to learn, but ultimately you just got to focus on winning. Like, it is a sporting event, and Now he's started to speed up slightly on the last few moves. H5 I quite like. Knight G4 is a threat to win the bishop pair, potentially. Maybe Prag will meet that with F3 therefore. But at least now he's got a position where there's no immediate fireworks. He doesn't have to worry about getting knocked out. He doesn't have to stress too much about any miscalculations or misjudgments.
That is true, but on the other hand, what are the plans for both sides? Because I can see that knight to g4 is the threat, so white will respond with f3, or another potential idea is to trade off knights and go bishop to g5. But f3, let's go for easy, practical chess. And then what? Because white does have the plan of castling queenside, black can't do the same.
I think f3 makes a lot of sense. It's the most human move to my eyes in this position. And again, to counter that, because you just pointed out white's going to the right side,
is thinking I thought it makes sense to come here and to say a few words about the game. So I think that today I surprised her with opening choice. I have never played this before defensive or simple stuff. And at the moment I think I managed to equalize. Queen 5 looked okay, but beside that I also consider bishop takes 3 details of castle. That is also interesting. So, okay, the game is still in progress. It's just we are going out of the opening, so let's see what will happen.
It's a good sign when someone uses the compassion and smiling there. She's very comfortable with her position, telling the heart, come along.
We just have so many people we know in the building at the same time. Arden, who's sitting standing right there. Nothing to look about, but Anna's giving us some love here and we can know as well. And usually when Anna gets to confront with David, that's a good sign. She did it all. She was 25 points. Structure, the black knight heading forward to attack the white bishop. Just feels like a nicer position to play for black.
I think it's also the psychological victory. Like Anna really relaxed, got the crack in. Pumpy, yes, she was met by surprise. Yes, she tried to take the safe option, but finds herself in a really uncomfortable situation. Pumpy's not very good position there, but when you're suffering the back foot, you know, it all adds up somehow. Plus the tough spot short for her.
But how to do that? Because the only way that Anna's going to be satisfied with the draw is if she does not have a target that was set through to the line. There's a big threat on the board with the bishop walking down to equation of the wants to jump in the knight and start asking questions to the bishop. The natural response would be f6.
Anna's knight from getting to c5 as well. So nice square there. You know, we're talking about the problems on the c line, and there are more than one. There's not just the c3 pawn, not just the c5 square. But black also eventually, perhaps after stopping knight c5, has this nice maneuver going knight to a5, getting to the edge of the board, and then landing a really nice spot on c4 as well. So it just feels like it's so much easier to come up with exactly what you mentioned, that she hasn't committed her king, and often in the end game, the best place is the middle of the board. So Queen E7 looks really a nice spot there, getting development completed there. So Anna, I don't know if it's enough to win or call it a big advantage, but a very pleasant end game for black.
I agree. She has all the long-term hope as well, especially because she can target that ball on 3. Moving to the bird's eye view, I want to draw your attention to the fact that there's been a lot of liquidation on 4 of the boards. You can see that the situation has clarified between the Summer Salveva against Lydia Deshmuk and Trade of Knights in Jagonya against Jagonya.
that it's hard to pick between these two, I'll stick with my teammate.
Okay, so we have Divya, BB Sara.
Break the tie.
Okay, I'm gonna go for BB Sara. So it's a cool customer.
We should mention she has a bonus pick with Divya. Divya in the last round. If Charlie, she would have had a chance to watch potentially. It was Divya who stopped herself.
Divya playing kind of a teammate with Vaishali in that tournament, so for Bibi Sara, also a grudge match this one.
Another revenge drop. Wow, today is gonna be all about revenge. There's nothing more motivating than that. But let's get back to the bird's eye view and let's check in on Ju Wenju. So, okay, well, before we go there, let's maybe just do a little bit of a status update on what's happening in the other ones. Absolutely. Well, you mentioned Tanya Magnus. We also have been talking a lot about the drop today. And I have news. If you want that same champion level style in your daily rotation, you're in luck because the Magnus collection is finally here. This drop features a premium new tee and a sleek matching hat. If you grab them both together, a special promo bundle discount will automatically apply at checkout. It's the ultimate kit for your next tournament or casual grind. Go to go.chess.com/Magnus_collection or just hit !Magnus in chat to grab the bundle. Wow, that's a cool element there. And earlier on we saw Anna in her lucky t-shirt, and a lucky cardigan. Now we just got it exactly. Why not? Give yourself that much of awesome. I want it. I want that much. I just feel like wearing that Magnus Carlton t-shirt should add 1 points to my account. I really think there's something to that. Imagine wearing that merch and playing online on chess.com. I feel like that's a bit of a power move there. You've got to be feeling confident in that. Yeah, you look, if you dress the part, you look the part, you feel the part. Exactly, yeah. That's the key to being one of the world's top players. And for that one of the world's top players, it's actually a cheap game to how they're doing. We mentioned that progress. Why us? So these teams have some collaboration winners across inside the world, right? They've lined up to sacrifice
But it is material, it is a big investment for Black. I see the email was
And this is an idea we see so many times, especially in the Dragon and the Nighthouse, right? I think Magnus is 100% hinting at it. Also because the queen is ready to jump out. And I want to investigate this a little bit. How careful does Prague need to be right now? Can he take his eye off the ball? David, help me out with the move. Let's say that he goes rook g1, trying to get g4 in at some point. It's not going to happen. And the bar goes down, and that can only mean one thing to happen.
exactly. You don't even have to think. Rook takes c3, boom.
take this to the end game?
Exactly. That's a very good question. Who takes a queen here? Shows the white knight balancing itself with the check. Seeing that check for the bishop. Maybe the white favorite has to take this. Silly thinking. Just the black. Just because black has such a central board, black has a central profile. Black's clearly very happy to see out.
And also concretely, right? Knight to c4 coming in. You might even be forced to relinquish a bishop pair. And Magnus, in the end game, up bishop pair, you might as well just resign.
This is an interesting question. What is Crowd doing? What is his plan? How is Magnus feeling about his position? Well, we don't need to second guess ourselves because Magnus is going to win this match. Again, it's his role.
This is absolutely nothing to do with the game, but I just thought of it and I thought I might as well say it. Whomever is responsible for the NBA app, we have one of the best series in years going on right now, Western Conference Finals, and when people have no spoilers on in the app, they expect no spoilers. So, do better.
Magnus, not even talking about chess, he's just thinking about the NBA app. You know, I actually thought he was going to come in and tell a dad joke.
Yeah, we'd love to see more of those, definitely. But that was hilarious. I mean, you've got this position against Pragnananda. You're down under 1 hour on the clock. It is an absolutely crazy Sicilian. You're about to threaten an exchange sacrifice. And Magnus literally doesn't get.
Why was that not the first confessional? Like, why is he thinking that mid-game? Surely he doesn't have his phone there. Like, hold on, Frank. Like, you defend against rook takes c3 and then check the updates. I mean, I don't know. It's also sports. That should be
Who's he rooting for, PSG or Arsenal? No, the finals of this week. Yes.
very much all about this knight d6. Like black here can show white's never really achieving any big breaks. Bishop's not actually that great in these structures. I wouldn't be shocked by bishop takes black here. The bishop could retreat and sit on d3, but what's he really doing? Taking it in there. If white can't achieve f3, he's all got shot. Black might be able to start overlapping later inside.
Yeah. And I was just reminded of the old words of my coach, my very first coach, who was like, two of a kind is better than one of a kind. And I was like, what do you want? Two knights would be better than a bishop and knight. He was like, no, it is, because they can work on both colours. Whereas a bishop and knight can only really work on the same colour as the bishops. Two of a kind, yeah. It is better than one of a kind, yes.
You know, there's a lot of folks that just crossover, so that makes sense of what. But I think in this position, it might be a good idea then to get rid of that two of a kind immediately, as you pointed out. To me, it looks extremely level, but she does give Western the opportunity to stick with her two of a kind. She goes f3, so Western wants to go e4, which means Jagonya can actually move that knight away now. Maybe even to f6 to target that e4 spot. And then slowly start, build up the green side when she has the authority.
I would say slightly better for Jagonya. Let's go and check in on Gukesh against Alireza Firouzja. Last time we saw it was also another Queen's Gambit declined, and we left it with White being comfortably better on account of the pressure against the weak pawn on d5. Now that pawn still remains on d5, but has White made any progress?
That is the big question. And as you were asking about it, my first thought was, wait a second, aren't you losing that pawn immediately with the knight jumping forward? I mean, it's hitting both routes. The pawn on d5 under attack, but Alireza's last move is bishop to d7. And I think there are ideas of the white queen coming under fire. Things get really fun and chaotic in that line. But David, because there have been so many moves, should we just do a quick action replay before we dive into this one? I think it's about to open up.
like the main character in the room when he does this. He's like the king. He's the king on the chaise lounge, getting fed some grapes.
You know, oh, I love it. Chillax to the max. If we've had Ding chilling, I think it's Alvareza chilling now. That's the new name. He looks like he's in a good mood. I will point out one thing. You know, he mentioned in his interview that he's actually going through a lot of physical pain right now. The ankle injury, it is a painful thing to deal with, and he can actually feel it during the game. But chess is keeping him focused. It's sort of distracting him from that pain. So he's sort of really happy to be here because he's not dealing with that right now.
as chess players attempt to put their nerves together while the rest of us pretend we understand the actual evaluations.
For all the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers Ketularan, terima, Wesley So, and Alireza Farouche. Every single bout is like a World Championship match and accidentally won every tournament.
Feeling the nerves now of
The women's event is just as fierce. Zhu Xing'er, Yu Wenju, Humpy Canary, and Animals do all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar. There are no peaceful draws. The classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
We are back to the home of fighting chess. Of course, it's here in Oslo, Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And there's been a lot of calm positions, but amongst those games, there is one where suddenly everything has exploded into life. Yes, it's between these two gentlemen, Frank Mallett with the white pieces, Magnus Carlsen playing black, world number one, fight for many times world champion. And now here, you can see Brick takes might. An exchange of sacrifice has appeared. And we gotta break it down because suddenly things are on fire.
If Frank wins this game, he will be told by everyone, surely.
By Magnus at this point in the tournament to go for this, to sacrifice the exchange, bring the queen out because this is sort of all chips in approach. It's a bit concerning that Prague hasn't been started. Semoga and Magnus, and this is bringing the fight to each other, where a decisive result incredibly likely. Magnus has sacrificed in exchange. He's about to get a pawn in return as well. Neither man can still forwards his fires and Magnus still prove that initiative against the White's king here. He's getting ready, and I have a feeling he's getting ready to capture one of those two pawns. And you know, David, the more we analyze, the more I am convinced that Ketularan's defensive resolve is connected to that F1 moving forward.
few times last year.
She did. You're right. And we haven't had her so far. But coming back to the position, David, 3 pawn islands for white. Is that the thing that black has got this beautiful compact position with all the pieces at the center? And maybe this is something to play for.
White is more responsibility controlling these types of boards. They're not quite the typical black if Anna could get any of her rooks to the c-file, putting pressure on this isolated pawn. But for now, the bishop on a6 is doing a great job of protecting c8 square. Really hard for the black rooks to get in. I'm not sure whether white's ever threatening to push forward with c5. Some positions maybe, and then rook b5 to follow. The white pieces would suddenly start getting really active. Some concrete play here though. Potentially Anna can drop back with her knight hitting this bishop. Suddenly stuff to think about, and not easy for her to improve her pieces.
Yeah, really channeling your inner Magnus Carlsen here with the knight retreat to b8. You know, yesterday we saw that knight odyssey that Magnus had all the way, landing on b1, a3. So similar idea, and also to push that bishop out of there so that your rook can land and start targeting the only weakness in the position, that's the c4 pawn. Really interesting knight to b8. It's not the most natural move, and it also is counterintuitive to sort of block your own rook in the corner. There's some high-class stuff there.
High-class stuff, yeah. Some good defense there from Humpy. And let's move on to Vincent Keimer against Wesley, because it looked like black had equalized, but that kind of wasn't our feeling. We felt that white was definitely the better side of equality there. And Vincent with a rook on a6 and a pawn on a5 up for grabs. Looks like things are going in full control for him. He does have to be careful though, because Wesley has set up a devilish trap threatening g4.
Just to show your point there, Jovanka, rook takes either pawn. g4 hits the knight, drives away the knight from protecting its rook on e1, and wherever it goes, knight takes g3, check. And actually this is checkmate if you take with the f-pawn. This is the big threat, the pitfall that Vincent has to avoid. So how to deal with g4 is the question.
I mean, you just take a break, right? You just take a breather here, stop that idea. Let's say h3. I'm still putting pressure on 2 pawns. I'm going to win one of those 2 pawns now that I've stopped g4. I see that there's something maybe more accurate, but for me, h3 feels like a very natural human move in this position. No more g4 possible. Winning a pawn. I'm telling you guys, we're on move 30. This is a 30-move preparation by Peter Lecco against the Berlin.
Forced grind. Not a forced win, but you get grinding chances.
Could you be also very calm about things and say, for instance, go king g2? I was just thinking h3, I think you might as well flick in h5, and then king g2 is the idea.
But
so yeah, because the whole point is that, yes,
too, but
Yeah, so the point is yes, you can chase out, but in order to win,
Knight f4.
yeah, I was talking nonsense.
I just realized it right now as well.
Yeah.
I mean, King G2 is actually very easy to fall for. It's the move you want to make.
and it's not even losing for white. You lose the exchange, but you get some pawns, and
Okay, yeah, but that wasn't the plan. I didn't go
maybe the other
for
one.
that one.
I think h3 is clever for a couple of reasons, but after h5, maybe white can take this pawn now, and the difference is that there's a check. Earlier, the h7 pawn covered that square.
Sneaky.
Now after g4, take, check, and you win the g4 pawn. The black rook can't block because e2 will hang at the end of the variation.
Our chat says no way Vincent wins an anti-Berlin against Wesley. What's our take on that?
I mean, I can count on like 2 fingers the number of people who've beaten Wesley in a Berlin. Pretty sure it's only Magnus Karu. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has achieved that. Rock solid Berlin. That would be impressive.
Yes.
But, yeah, how close would we say he is, though, to taking Wesley down? Because it's still a small advantage, but
He's
how
about to
realistic?
win a pawn. You go h3, and I don't see a way of fighting if h5 doesn't work, because, and that was actually really instructive, David, that h5 loosens this g6 square, and white can actually use that and pick up the pawn. So super cool idea there. And if not, you know, there's no way to fight against this. Let's say you go king forward, I pick up the pawn on a5, and I'm just saying I'm not winning just yet. I see that beautiful knight c3 post you have. Your 1 versus 2 is still clamping down on the left side of the board, but it's a pawn. I'm gonna grind this out. Will you put this into the 2nd edition of Grind Like a Grandmaster if Winston wins?
yeah, first page, first chapter, how to defeat solid players like Wesley So.
Do you know, it's very, very funny because, David, you asked the question, has anyone defeated Wesley playing white against Wesley's Berlin? Well, I asked the AI, and the AI goes, yes, has been defeated several times. First up by Magnus, then by Magnus, another time by Magnus. So, exactly.
Unless your name's Magnus Carlsen, it's tough.
First time it was Magnus Carlsen. Second time it was probably an unwell Magnus Carlsen. The third time it was a Magnus Carlsen after a late night. But all 3 Magnus Carlsens. I will add one thing though, that even winning the pawn, and we can see the bar, it doesn't give a massive advantage to Vincent in this position. So it's still going to be a bit of a grind like a grandmaster, which, you know, has been a question I've always want to ask you. I mean, chat, let's just think about this. David Howell is a 3-time British champion, has been in the British Olympic team, I don't even know how many times, David, but
Since 2008.
Since 2008, by the way, same as well. He is an Olympic medalist on board number
3.
3.
Ivanka should just answer. She
No,
knows my life story.
yeah,
She's known me since I was 5 years old.
Won immense amount of open tournaments, gets this, you know, huge book out, Grind Like a Grandmaster, co-authors it with none other than the goat of chess, Magnus Carlsen, and he decides to call it Grind Like a Grandmaster.
Why not? Catchy title. GLG is what we say. It was going to be Grind Like Gelfand, but we didn't want to make it too
It's very
generic.
catchy, I agree.
I mean, yeah.
It's PG friendly.
It's PG friendly, family friendly. Actually, most people who come up to me, it's often the kids saying, "Oh my god, I got your book!" Like, and yeah, then they open it and read it, and it's a bit boring because it's all about endgames. But I mean, Magnus knows endgames like no other, and I learned a lot from him. And it's the only thing I can do nowadays. I can't remember how to checkmate within the first 60 moves of the game. Has to be the long grind, tire them out.
Go for the 7th hour.
Yes.
Gambit.
Such a commentator's dream, David Howell is.
I
Those
once got
160
asked to comment on one of David's games, and I said, no.
That's when
I
you
love
have
David to
decided
bits, but no.
to not do that job.
No. And I was right, because that day I think he'd kind of pushed it to the limit with 7.5. It was in your match against Niels.
Oh yeah, that was.
Yeah, it was.
That was not fun for, I don't think, anyone involved. I managed to win like 5.5, 4.5 because every day I was just like boring him to death, and eventually I won 1 rook in game. And yeah, that's the way I play chess. So not for everyone, but that's what Vincent's trying to do today. And sometimes it works. Like, it can be effective.
Vincent does that himself as well. I've seen.
He's a grinder.
Peter Lecco taught him.
Exactly.
Well.
It's like since he was a child, Peter's like, no, you play out the position.
Yes.
Don't do as I do. Do as I say.
I will say, especially for those out there watching this, if you play tournaments regularly or down at the club and you play young players, grinding is the kryptonite of the younger generation. Magnus recently at the TP Sigmund tournament in Sweden was struggling. Then he played his last 3 rounds, won them all, and it was grind. Ground down 14-year-old Adomush.
Also, I'm going to add to all of that this is sort of the dream position for grinding, right? It's only a 2-result game. If anyone's going to win, it's going to be white. So you can play this on forever. You can slowly improve the position. There's absolutely no rush. I mean, the only way things go wrong is if you make a 1-move blunder in these kind of positions.
So basically what you're both saying is that
Buy
if
David's
this,
book.
we should count ourselves lucky if this game finishes by 10 p.m.
Yes.
Yes. Okay,
Yes.
this one is in for the long haul. Let's move away from this one and just quickly go and check in on Gukash against Ali Reza. We see the A pawn has advanced, and there has been a trade of rooks.
I'm going to slip Tanya the money I owe her for that plug.
Oh, David, you
a bit
weren't
later.
supposed to announce that. But I'll text you my bank account number.
Yeah, I think you just felt guilty earlier for roasting me with the muffins. So.
No, I've been wanting to ask you this for a really long time. I think Grind Like a Grandmaster is the coolest, catchiest title. But honestly, David, go arthering with Magnus. And that's what we come up with.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say?
It's an inside joke. I know it's an inside joke.
It's an inside joke. And another tip for grinders, if you're going to outlast your opponents 7 hours, tire them out, you need food. You need snacks, muffins.
If you don't eat when you play, David.
I know. I didn't used to. Now I'm older. I get tired more.
You
I
know,
get cranky.
I'm going to put a petition out for our producer, Bick, to put that photo out as proof. If he approves. If
But
only our
there's
chat
also a
could see
photo
what's
of you,
going on
Tanya.
here.
Are you prepared for the consequences?
There's no photo of me.
There
There's no
is.
photographic proof on that group chat.
I love the confidence. And then Daniel starts scrolling up. That's what goes down. And what is going down in this particular position? We've seen a trade of rooks. That surely does favor Ali Reza when it comes to defending this. But the A pawn has advanced, which means that the B7 pawn is now also a little bit weak.
Yeah, black pawns aren't great. And I mean, talking of snacking, he would love to snack on one of those pawns. Gukash, he would love to eventually corral and capture the isolated D pawn. I'm really surprised the eval bar is in the center here because it just looks so pleasant for white. But yeah, I guess with accurate play, Alariza might be able to limit the pressure, limit the damage. At some point, he might have to decide which pawn to push. He would love to occupy the open file, but then A7 hanging. I don't know whether you ever take this knight. He's refused to do so far, but that is quite a bad bishop. We've talked about that. How tempting is... Okay. Right. You take over the broadcast. I'm gone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I wasn't bluffing with my muffin. I was serious. I'm getting out of here.
It's right there, ladies and gentlemen. All the proof that you needed. The Muffin Man.
Okay.
In all his glory.
Take it away. Who's better? And why?
Well, of course, we know the best thing are muffins. But the second best thing right now, I do agree with you, David, that it does look like you... What?
Is it as delicious as that rap, Tanya? You're the rap artist in
When
the studio.
did this even happen? Leave the food alone, guys.
Look at the love that you're staring at it with.
You know what they say, find yourself someone who looks at you the way David looks at his muffin and I
And
look at my
Tanya
wrap.
looks at the wrap. Yeah, that is love at first sight, Tanya.
It was very delicious.
I heard the food here is very good at the library. Well, they have to put on a show because these are the best players in the world.
Okay. Bishop takes knight, rook c8. We've got updates. It's queen and knight versus queen and bishop with a couple of rooks involved. I actually quite like this decision. I've been looking at it for ages. I think he did a good job. Just to go back a couple of moves, Alireza, in this position, I was wondering, after a4, is it time to take the knight? But now, taking with the pawn, and there's going to be a backward pawn on a7 for eternity. White's a bit more centralized, covering some nice squares. He did a good job of waiting just a few moves, And it was only when the white A pawn was provoked forward. It was only now that he started taking things off, and I think he might even be tempted to fix at some point this pawn on the A5 square. A6 is very committal, but at least it would tie down the white rook for a long time. Maybe he just puts a rook on C7, holds the open line, holds the 7th rank, and hard for white to break through now.
Yeah, that's quite instructive, right? You just stand still. Everything is covered. It's not going to be easy for this bishop to start targeting the weaknesses, because for every weakness there is a defender.
Yeah, maybe put the queen back on D6, put the rook on C7, and just say, you shall not pass.
Yeah, let's remind everyone that right now Alireza has got a 3.5 point lead from the rest of the field. And regardless of what happens today, he goes into round 4 as a leader, but I don't think things are going too wrong for him. I mean, he's from a slightly worse position, feels like he's confidently held this one. And Gukesh, most of his advantage gone, though visually, again, I'll say, it does feel like white should be doing well. And the problem should not be over yet.
We have seen, though, Gukesh overpress a position like that, such as his desire to win.
So many times.
Yeah. And you think that Gukesh would just go, yes, well done, you've held the position successfully, or is he going to try to squeak out a win from this? Maybe even push the limits a bit too much? How likely is that?
Gukesh will play this out. There's no doubt about it. He's not going to try to trade pieces too quickly, get into a rook pawn endgame. I think he's going to play this out for the next 20 to 30 moves. I just don't know if he has enough. The ideas that you were pointing out, with the queen moving forward, the rook coming forward, just defending everything, the knight eventually going to e4. Yes, Gukesh will do the classic Gukesh thing where he plays on, hoping for a mistake, keeps fighting it out, but I think Alireza has this. I think this goes into Armageddon now.
Okay, well, we're expecting this game to end in a draw and head to Armageddon, but one game that is so far away from Armageddon as possible, Prague against Carlsen. Well, as we expected, the knight did jump to g4. e5 was the response there from Prague. The position is just the game of the day, so we have to head there.
Wow, this has exploded, continued to show us some fireworks, and Magnus is going wrong according to the eval bar. I understand what he's doing. He's trying to make it as positional as possible. He's saying, okay, I'm the exchange down. I've got a pawn though in return. White saddled with weak pawns as well in the center on the c-file. If Magnus cannot get mated, he's doing well. If he can keep queens on the board, he's doing well. But the eval bar says big advantage for Prague, so we have to investigate. Something might have gone wrong. Are there tactics lurking beneath the surface?
And I think tactics is exactly the reason why it's not going to be easy for Magnus to continue the attack. Now, if you want to continue the attack, what you need is your rook into that c-file. You want to go short castle, bring your king to safety, because otherwise, not only are you playing down an exchange, you're kind of playing down the other rook as well. But David, maybe it's not so easy to get that going. Right now, the g5 bishop under attack. You either defend it or you maybe take on e7. But the idea I want to set up is that when you go short castle, I want to go knight f5. I want to get my knight to that square, pick up your bishop with my rook, activate my rook, trade more pieces. I'm up in exchange, more trades, benefits white as well. I just think the problem is beneath the surface that it's not easy for Magnus to get that rook into the game.
Yeah. Again, it might be a case of one move. Like, if Prague is too slow, if Magnus castles, gets his rook over, then actually I quite like Black's chances. If you didn't show me the buy, I think I'd still pick Black, potentially. Unless I could see something here and now. Like, okay, first question, what to do with the bishop? To take or to retreat?
Let's go direct. Let's take.
Okay, let's say the black queen jumps back and takes it.
And can we do Tanya's idea of just playing queen d2? Although I do realize I'm letting go of the pawn on e5.
What's there here?
I wanted to go queen to e4 and then I realized I'm walking into knight f2.
Maybe.
But maybe you're hitting on b7, Tanya, so...
Get my exchange, Jovanka. I want to hang on to my rooks. Oh,
no,
wow.
but this is good.
Whoa.
Wait, this is very surprising, but... Is that knight c6?
There's knight c6 ideas, so rook takes knight c6, boom, shake the room.
Ooh, I like that one.
Wow, I didn't see a defense at all for black here. Like, you can't castle because of knight c6, and...
Wow.
something even better there, apparently, but this bishop is doomed.
That was really teamwork, guys,
Yeah.
on the commentary desk. Look,
Your instincts spot on.
but not the calculation.
Well, that takes time. But that's the thing, right? The players need time. That's what they're doing. They're calculating too. Yeah, if black does nothing just to show everyone at home, knight c6 still super strong.
Amazing.
Because this is just checkmate. So, wow, okay, it must be tactical then. Like, maybe it's just here and now white has to create threats. Because my point was going to be, like, if just g3 or something, if black castles, like the eval bar goes back to the center, actually on black side. So it is a case of Magnus just being one move away from having a very healthy position. Rook c8, rook c5, take the pawn. Maybe even in some positions, knight f8, knight g6, take the pawn. But he's just too slow.
He's just too slow. And it's all about time. And queen e4, such a lovely idea. Queen takes b7, and then the white king, or the black king, sorry, stuck in the middle of the board. And just to update you, we do have our first result. It was a draw between Bibisara against Divya. So we're going to be seeing Armageddon there.
Yeah, that one goes down to the wire, and it's going to be a fantastic one because both these players have won incredible Armageddon battles so far at Norway Chess, their first two games for Divya and yesterday for Bibisara. I also want to just go a little deeper into this position. You know, we're talking about Prag's aim here as white to be to stop castling. That's what you want to do. And Yovi, you mentioned an idea, and now it's stuck in my head. Queen to d2. What if we start with that? I defend my bishop on g5, and what I want to really look at is that do you have time to go short castle, rook c8, or can we go with the tactics that we've been wanting with knight f5 in that case?
Yeah, this is interesting because I assumed that knight takes bishop was the threat, but you know what we do when we assume knight takes, pawn takes, and suddenly black can't castle because h5 hangs as well. So if that's not a threat, then your point here, Tanya, castles, knight f5, hitting the bishop.
Yeah.
Guess it gets taken. Queen takes d7.
Yes. I don't think anyone takes on g5, right? With f5 hanging, h5 hanging, the attack coming on, e7 under fire right now.
Yeah, and you can't take the bishop because suddenly the rook on h1 starts eyeballing the position.
This is tough. I mean, it feels like you have to. I mean, what else? Bishop c5 is the only way to not take that bishop.
Also, we're on move 19. 21 moves remain to make it to 40.
Yeah.
And the players, you know, they can't get too comfortable on the clock.
Can I also show you the coolest checkmate of the queen d2?
Yes, please.
Okay, it does require assistance, but still, like it was bishop c6 or bishop get the bishop out of the way, get the knight out of the way.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then you take it, and then another shocker. You go, yes.
Oh no,
queen
my
to
queen!
Oh no, yes. And it's an opera checkmate.
Nice. Queen of the checkmates. Oscar.
What's the name of this one?
Opera.
Oh, opera, yes.
The opera mate after Tanya.
You know, after
David.
The opera game.
The opera game.
Yeah.
That's Paul Morphy at the
yes.
opera. I like
The
your yes.
immortal.
Yeah. It was a nice game. Nice game.
Just to show as well, there are other checkmates beneath the surface. Like, I know we're getting quite deep into the weeds here, but like, Queen d2, like this variation, like if black isn't careful here, and I'm trying to set it up so like...
I was trying to think, and then this
yeah,
queen takes f7 business,
exactly.
yeah.
Read my mind, Jovanka, and getting the rook to d8 due to a pin. I can't quite make it work yet. Like knight takes, rook takes, I'm going to need some help.
Yeah, the knight can come jump forward,
Yeah.
and now you can take on f7 with the queen. No, the queen will come
But
to
the queen
f8.
to f8, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Winning, but because of this, bishop takes and rook takes f5 at the end. But yeah, no need for these fireworks.
All right, we're winning this position for white in so many ways, but what does Magnus have in mind? Because he's not going to make it so easy for Prag.
Great question. So, I mean, we like queen e4, we like bishop takes e7, we like queen d2. I think queen d2 might be the hardest of them all because it just feels weird to kind of let e5 drop. Although I guess that just opens up more lines for the white pieces. But I mean, we're talking about bishop takes e7. We also, I mean, queen e4 immediately has some sense to it. Let's say, okay, Prag keeps it simple. Takes the bishops, goes queen e4. How can Magnus cling on? How can he defend?
So jumping in with the royal fork, a big blunder in this position.
Natural, but losing.
Not good, yeah. But then what else to do? Bishop c8?
Ooh, that's just not a
But it's
happy
horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the best move, but it's such a sad move to make, right?
But David's pointing out knight c6. That also looks terrible.
David's having fun.
Yeah.
I'm getting carried away. I don't think it quite works. But
Does it?
Black can block, and the queen will block any checks.
Okay.
But it's in the air.
Yeah.
Almost.
But Prag's been thinking, and 27 minutes, 21 moves remaining. He doesn't have all the time in the world to work these calculations out. He has to make a decision in the next couple of minutes. He can't allow his clock to fall below 20 minutes on this move.
Absolutely not.
This is how to defeat Magnus Carlsen. Like, you have to attack him. You have to create threats before he stabilizes. Like, if he takes risks with his king, Magnus, like freestyle chess, he always delays castling till the last possible moment. Classical chess, he often delays castling. He often takes liberties, weakens his own king to try and get positional, long-term goals. That's why he wins at endgames, Magnus, because he goes for the long term, but sometimes neglects the short term. So it's here and now. Like, this is the moment Prag needs to go for it. He needs to hit b7, or he needs to create some kind of other threat, because I think Magnus Castle's this time's around.
Yeah. And Tanya, you know Prag the best. What is the move that probably is most Prag-like?
Prag is an extremely concrete player. He's going to be sitting and analyzing, and he understands more than ever that to beat Magnus, you have to be accurate every move along the way. You give Magnus one chance, and he's going to completely flip the script. He's going to be super alert, and he's going to go for something concrete. He's not going to let go of this momentum. I think moves like direct ideas, like taking on e7, I don't know if Prag wants to do that. He always wants to keep the tension on the board. I feel he'll be more inclined for the queen moves that we're looking at. He definitely understands the importance of not letting Magnus castle right now.
Yeah.
You let that happen, and Magnus is all over the board with you. With Magnus, it's usually for grandma. By the way, he does take a decision, and he goes for queen d2.
Great
he
move.
doesn't go bishop takes bishop. Wow.
Okay, well, Magnus in big trouble on the board. So many threats that Magnus will have to take care of. The bishop on d7 is threatened.
Knight f5.
Knight f5 in the
coming.
air is coming. The knight on h7, completely sidelined.
Yeah, big trouble ahead for Magnus now. I don't think he fully understood how dangerous this all would be with the uncastled king when he allowed f4, e5. Maybe taking this pawn with the black queen was just one step too far. A little bit of greed. Maybe he could have prioritized development. That pawn wasn't running away. And maybe he just underestimated all of this. And now he's starting to realize, does he burn more time? That's been his Achilles heel, the clock, the last 2 days. Or does he just try and play quick, go into survival mode and hope to turn it around a bit later?
And just like life makes sense in hindsight, so does chess. We look at this position and all the problems that Magnus has right now. Now imagine and visualize, instead of the a3 pawn, Magnus had picked up the c3 pawn. There would be no such ideas that we're seeing being played out. That bishop from e7 would be eye-lining the still remaining a3 pawn on the board. It would be a completely different position if Prag had continued the same way, which was the defensive resource he had.
Yes, yeah. And Magnus kind of went for the simple approach, tried to make things as practical as possible, but it's not working out. Yeah, this is very, very strong, as our featured chat says. And I think probably Magnus now, his hands are tied. I think he has to get his king out of danger. He probably has to castle and accept that that position is the best that he can do. But it wasn't pretty at all.
A huge opportunity for Pragnananda.
It could be a real Prags to riches story. If Prag wins this game, goes from last place up the table, takes down Magnus.
Good one.
Thank you. It could be a huge day for Pragnananda. Magnus still, third day in a row, we've said it, struggling a bit, not in the flow, taking big risks, and you can get away with it when you're in top form, but if you're slightly off the pace against these really dangerous opponents nowadays, you can't take these liberties and hope to survive. And
if he loses, he was started the first three, and we have a result between Gukesh, Ali Reza Fuja. The kings are in the middle of the board. That indicates one thing. It was a draw, so we're going to be seeing Armageddon around the corner. That's going to be always fun between these two. Very first time, though, that Ali Reza's been playing Armageddon in this event.
Love it, an Armageddon between these two. Do you think I'm allowed to say, Gukesh, Ali Reza, go on, break a leg?
We have to be impartial. We can't wish either player luck, or we have to wish them both luck. And yeah, I think just let's go back to Prag versus Carlsen, of course, but just to mention in the other game, it was move 31. The players were finally allowed to offer a draw. And interesting that it was Gukesh with white offering the draw. That just showed he didn't really believe in his grinding chances. Alireza too solid. And Alireza is going to maintain a big lead heading into tomorrow, no matter what happens next.
Mr. Chill Guy.
Could also be like Gukesh has had 2 very, very long games. So he was like, you know what, I'm not in grinding mood today. I want a short game. I'm gone.
It's possible, and I would agree if it was anybody but Gukesh. I feel that whatever I know of this guy, he is always ready to fight it out. I'm surprised that it ended sooner. It ended where it did. And they took it to Armageddon. I was expecting another 30-40 moves of grind, but very possible that
He had 144,
more
right?
than 100. Yeah, 144 on the first day. And I think, yeah, that was
116 or something like that.
over 100 moves.
David is very proud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my boy. But today, less proud. Only 31 moves.
But I have to ask you guys, it goes into Armageddon, you know, and I mean, in my eyes, the odds for Alireza rise in an Armageddon. What do you think?
Yeah, Gukesh, he did crush Vincent Keimer on day 1 with white, but in general, I think the odds are in Alireza's favor. I wonder whether the need for speed that Armageddon will bring on, whether the physical hindrances might play a role there for Fallujah. We haven't seen that yet. Having to play super fast in Armageddon when you have to raise your leg and yeah, it might be difficult. Maybe that might hold him back.
It definitely, because he's lounging on his chair right now, and it's very difficult to, as you say, play quickly, especially when you've got no increment. Well, all will be revealed in probably around about 20 minutes. We'll get to follow that action, but the real action of the round in the classical, well, it's happening on this board in front of us. Magnus Carlsen in trouble against Pragnananda.
Okay, Magnus still in thought. He's got a time advantage, so he might spend some of it now. Already 5 minutes in the tank. One question, I mean, I don't even want to ask it because it looks so scary, but can he take a pawn? Is greed good? Because Magnus, deep down, is a bit of a pawn grabber himself. He likes sacking pawns, but he also likes grabbing them. Can knight takes e5 ever work? Oh, God, no. I didn't really want to suggest it, but it does defend the bishop.
Yes. To me, it feels like the move that I want to make if I have 5 seconds on the clock is rook to e1. I want to get rid of that knight at the center of the board, and then...
I was thinking knight f3.
Ooh. Yeah, maybe that's the stronger one. I agree. Oh, brutal.
Okay, I resign. Simple and strong. That's the dream.
That
Getting
is.
the knight.
And if you move the bishop, can I just point out that I checkmate again?
Would you ask me again which one this is?
We are.
Yeah,
right
I'll
next
ask
to
you
the-
again. What is it, Tanya?
Oh, come on, Yamanka. Every kid and their cat knows it. This is the opera mate.
Exactly. Well done. I'm so proud.
We're literally right next to the Opera House here in Oslo as well. Like, I can see it through the window right now. So we should have known.
We should have. It would be quite the homage if this was to happen, but very dangerous this. I love knight f3, by the way. Such a beautiful knight retreating move, finishing the game on the spot. I was very tempted to get the rook into the game and not as strong. But Magnus Carlsen definitely in trouble already. I mean, he's got to be feeling very unhappy with the position he's got.
What about, can we revisit this whole, like, run with the king? Let's at least get the rook into the game. And fingers crossed, hope for the best. And I understand that's not an ideal game plan, but needs must. Okay, now you take the knight.
Take the bishop.
Take the bishop. And here, I think David, maybe just take the bishop. Like that, yeah.
Probably have to defend these pawns, right?
G6.
Has to be G6.
It looks... are you not worried about e6?
Very worried, Tanya.
Very
Luckily,
worried.
It's Magnus playing this.
Okay. This doesn't look great.
Ooh, and it's not even the best move.
No.
Okay, why not E6? Is it knight 5 maybe? Knight F2 doesn't work.
But this looks very scary. You know, you're calculating this line, evaluating it from the position you have. You're not happy getting into this.
No, I mean, This really, really does look terrible, but apparently the game goes on.
I wonder what's the best move in that position, if not e6. From a chess perspective,
Okay.
the chess player in me wants to know.
I've turned on the computer. You can guess the best move for black.
Oh my gosh,
Good
the
luck.
way David Howell is saying it, it has to be an impossibility.
Good luck.
Thanks,
There are
David.
other moves. It's not the best by
Such an
that
odd help.
much, but
Probably b5. b5, b4.
Okay, wait, so you're going with b5. I think it's going to be some innocuous move like the king stepping somewhere. King h7.
Tanya gets it.
Oh, yay.
Tanya, you're right. I no idea why, but
Yeah.
King h7. I guess after a capture, now apparently you can just take on g5, and life goes on. Magnus does play a move, however. This
I think he
is
took the
difficult.
pawn. No, he got
He
the
played knight to f8.
No
Oof.
mate. There's no mate yet. That is ugly. No more castles, at least. Prag doesn't have to worry about that at all.
What about that rook that Magnus has in the corner? That's not getting into the game anytime soon.
No, but Magnus is in survival mode here as he desperately tries to just hold his resources, keep the king safe. Magnus in big trouble. We're going to go on a short break before all the Armageddon starts, and the madness is of nearing the time control. So when we come back, we're going to have a whole lot of fun.
We are back and the drama is only just beginning. We have two Armageddons around the corner. We also have Magnus Carlsen fighting for his life in his classical game against Pragnananda. He is in survival mode as he battles to keep his king safe. Pragnananda, well, the expression says it all. He is now in prime calculating mode, ready to zone in on those weak spots. That is the game of the round by far, because it would be an absolute sensation if Magnus loses 2 classical games out of his first 3 in Norway.
Yeah, it would be seismic. In India, they would be celebrating. In Norway, they'd be just in shock. And I think Magnus recovering from that. It's rare to see him start a tournament that badly. Yes, he's a slow starter, but 2 losses, and in such fashion as well. So far, it's been a wild game, and yeah, I do fear that Magnus's king will just not survive. But Prag still has to find the finishing touches. Not easy.
And that's always the hardest thing to do against Magnus. He is not going to let this slip away so easily. By the way, we do have a move on the board, so the knight does retreat. And look at that, already the pressure of the time kicks in. We see the bar drop slightly. This is still going to be a full-bodied fight. Magnus Carlsen will do everything to save this one. Prag knows it's a big opportunity. You're completely right. If Prag gets the win, it's going to be a huge headlines in India tomorrow.
Yeah, I think everyone would be going crazy. And the big question for Magnus is, how is he going to untangle? He cannot even touch that bishop on d7. The knight on f8 can't be moved. And Magnus quickly drops back with the queen, saying, maybe I can die on a full stomach, threaten the pawn on e5. And we're seeing the blue arrow appear. White's best, and it's a very natural move, is just simply to centralize the rook, just keep everything well protected.
Yeah, what about a rook lift, potentially? Maybe that rook doesn't stop there, lifts up the board, comes to the d-file, and I'm just obsessed with that opera house now, the opera mate. Something on the d-file. I guess Magnus just wants to curl up into a ball as well, retreat the queen, defend everything, maybe allow his knight to finally get out of the way, get castled, but distant dream right now.
The other idea that Magnus is potentially setting up is to give a check on the b file and activate his bishop, his dark squared bishop, either to a3 or maybe even to c5, threatening along the battery diagonal, some checkmating ideas with this last move. I think Magnus wants counterplay. And of course, I think everybody knows, there's this famous saying in chess that when you play against a grandmaster, you have to beat them thrice, once in the opening, once in the middle game, once in the end game. Against Magnus, you need to beat him all along the way, every single move of the game. You have to do it over and over again, and then one more time. Yeah. So this is not even job half done for Pragnananda.
Yeah, I heard the number be quoted as 15.
You have to beat him 15 times.
15 times, yes. He's there, that resourceful. And it's true. Mr. Carlsen, he is a slippery customer. Rook he1. I love that move, and I love David's idea of rook e4, rook c4, rook d4 on tap.
Yeah, and I think if you showed Prag this position, you just drop him in and you say, make a move. He'll play rook e1. But I think he's also looking for more, looking for something more direct, concrete. I don't know. I think if he plays this move, Magnus will burn time on the clock. Prag, the thing that can trip him up is spending too long in the next few moves.
Because there are still questions remaining, right? You'll have to burn the clock even later on, and of course, no incremental move. 40, and actually it's getting quite tricky now because Prag has less than a minute per move. He's about 17 on the clock, 19 moves remaining to make time control. So he's getting into that time pressure territory right now, and we know crazy things happen then.
Yeah, it's still the kind of position where you have to still play accurately. And let's actually investigate. So if White does not play rook he1, is Magnus suddenly okay? Is it that type of position?
Okay, let's try and think of another logical move. How else to improve though? That's the issue. Like, the queen and rook look great. The bishop on g5.
What happens if you take it into an... No, you can't take it into an endgame with queen d4 because the knight is coming to f2. And there you see, suddenly, everything goes wrong.
Maybe a capture, and yeah, you would love to take with the pawn, right? But as you say, hitting the rooks and queen exchange in general probably doesn't help because White's pawns are so weak. Black's suddenly better. Yeah, I think process of elimination you play this. The only other thing, maybe you take the bishop, but why rush?
The only excuse for rushing is if you don't want that bishop to run away because queen b6 check idea. And you don't want that activity of the bishop pair against the white king. So let's say you give a check, the king moves, bishop a3 or c5. Help me out, David.
Checkmate.
I like it too. Checkmate in one, hoping that Pragnananda misses it, but I have a feeling he will not. Kind of forcing the move rook b1 here.
And then the black queen moves.
But yeah, the game goes on.
Yeah.
Right, but one of the things that I really was in favor of was not sidestepping with the king. I wanted to go bishop b3 because I feel like this bishop on a2, let's give it a roll. And I understand, you know, I'd have to work out what happens after a5, but now you can go. Ooh.
Fun.
Not taking stuff. You take this, give a check. I don't know how scary a4 is. I'm a bit scared, but I also just want to take stuff.
And then you go knight g5.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. Doesn't
Rollercoaster
work.
bar. Up and down. How is this not strong?
The king's just running, I guess. Pawn takes bishop. Are you getting checkmated, or you're not getting checkmated and the king just runs?
Very important that the black queen is on b6. If it were on b5, let's just show this. If we're on b5, you can play. b5's a bad square to show. Defends the queen, defends the bishop.
And while we're going into like deep lines, David, I think this is exactly what's going through the players' minds as well. All these variations. So it's important to show them.
Yeah, it's important to show, but at some point, Pragg just has to trust his instincts. As we saw in the feature chat, now 14 minutes, to make 19 moves. I mean, at some point, he's just going to have to trust his hand. Like, he should trust his hand here when there's an easy improvement move that definitely doesn't ruin anything immediate, rather than later where it's going to be even more tactical and it's going to be even more high stakes.
If I put on my Pragg thinking hat, the fact that he hasn't made the most natural looking move, I think he's looking at direct lines now and seeing if he can make bishop takes bishop work, because it's such human instincts to try to force matters, right? He's up in exchange. I don't know what's the follow-up. Bishop takes bishop. I believe you want to take it with the queen and not the king, not allowing checks on g5. And what's going on in Pragg's head is, are there ways that he can get to that f7 pawn that we were trying to make work in other lines? Is there something direct of combining the queen and the knight into that attack? Pragg's ready to make his move now. We'll find out he does. Oh, he does go for the bishop trade. So he's found a way to break through in this position.
It's interesting because one of the small downsides, I would say, of the Indian school of chess is that every move carries with it a lot of energy, a lot of effort, a lot of calculation. And now we're seeing the knight just jump out in what black side of the board. And he's setting up ideas such as the rook coming to f1, to e1. So the big question now for Magnus, can he just gamble, take that pawn in the middle of the board, or is he simply opening up avenues of attack?
Yeah, I think the other big threat is knight e4 into d6. That's going to be a deadly check. So knight takes e5 right now. Taking that pawn would give white the time to get that knight into d6 with a really scary check. Maybe you survive that, but I don't know. I think Magnus would love to just move his knight out the way. I'm not sure where. And then get castled. But I guess still a couple of moves away from castling.
But if you move the knight, David, isn't there knight takes f7 as a nice tactical shot?
Okay. And if the queen takes?
If the knight and f8 just moves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm just hallucinating. Sorry.
No. I mean, it's definitely in the air. I mean, even that looks very scary. Like, let's put it on the board. Like, knight takes f7, put a rook on f1. Still looks terrifying for black. I don't think it's the worst sacrifice here. Like, maybe black can defend, but in blitz I would be scared.
Yeah.
But I think it might be the idea of knight e4 that scares him, because this check can't be stopped.
And you can't go castle anymore because that knight from f8 has disappeared, so the bishop on d7's hanging.
Can you try to do some repair work? Go bishop c6. Take, king on f8. And then the whole idea, if black doesn't get checkmated, is to take on e5, castle my hand, dream a little bit.
You know, I see the lines that we're going into and I see our live board. The one thing that's certain for me is that for Magnus, there are two candidate moves here. Either bring out this knight from f8 to g6 or directly grab the pawn. I don't actually see a third move in this position that he could be thinking about.
No. Me neither. Moving the bishop.
Yeah, maybe bishop c6. But it feels like it's not the move you want to make. Neither does it help your king, nor are you grabbing the pawn.
That's true. It does stop knight e4, so it does ask Prag the question. Knight to c5 is still the antidote, I think, to rook f1. It just feels like there's something's going to happen on d8 or f7. I'm looking at Jovanka's move, knight takes f7, doesn't quite work. The king will take it, but so close.
But maybe you can refine it. Go rook f1 first. No, it's not. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Sorry.
Maybe.
No, but it does.
Peter likes it.
Does it?
c5.
We have to find the follow-up. Takes the pawn. And how do we get to this knight? Can we start putting pressure on it? Let's go queen d4 or queen e3, one of these two moves. Reinforcing and shot. Ooh!
It does feel like there's an explosion happening.
This is the moment we get Jovanka's...
But I was thinking the other one, knight takes e6. Some bishop takes e6. Yeah, knight.
Something. We're almost getting there. Trial and error. Bishop takes e6.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Maybe.
no.
Yes.
Stop the count.
Knight takes, and this is, I mean, the most claustrophobic king ever.
Yeah, Magnus definitely doesn't want this. I think from a human perspective as well, you're either thinking of getting that knight out of the way or grabbing the e5 pawn. I will be surprised to see bishop c6 on the board. What do you think, David? You know him best. What does he go for?
It's tough because I think he wants to play bishop c6, but if he sees a knockout blow, of course he can't. I think he wants to stop Prag's idea. I don't know. I'm going to say he's going to play bishop c6, but let's just to check. The engine does say that the path is narrow and knight g6 is the best.
Second best?
Knight c5 second best, bishop c6 third best.
At least we got the three moves right. Covered.
Yeah, everything else is pretty much losing on the spot, so I think trial and error we got there. But it's a tough choice. Like, this is a lucky dip for Magnus. He can't be 100% sure that he's saving in any variations, and I see all the evaluations here. Like, white is much better in most of these lines anyway.
And talking about Prag, he's just got 13 minutes. They're on move 23. Is there a chance that Prag can play a misstep?
There's always a big chance of that, and especially when you're facing the goat. How many times you've seen Magnus turn around positions, not only save them, but actually go on to flip the script completely and get a winning position. And this sort of is like that. If Prag isn't able to be accurate and get to Magnus's king, if Magnus consolidates, give him three moves, bishop c6, knight g6, shot castle. Magnus Carlsen is totally back in the game.
Yep.
Yeah, well, better.
Okay, never ever write off the world number one. Someone else you mustn't write off is Alireza Firouzja, as he plays an Armageddon against Gukesh. Gukesh with the white pieces is in a must-win situation. He will have started with extra time on the clock, and Alireza there is capturing on the pawn in the middle, and then the bishop comes out to set up a pin.
Okay, this looks like a reverse Karo Khan. And yeah, it came from a Queen's Gambit declined move order. Really interesting stuff. Alireza has already burned a bit of time, a minute and a half to make 8 moves when you're playing Armageddon. That's a huge investment. Do wonder whether the clock, the discomfort physically, is going to come back to haunt him. Armageddon, it won't decide his tournament, of course, for Firouzja. He's played so well so far in Classical, but yeah, I think great opening for Gukesh. Maybe he just wants to defend his knight, ensure his pawn structure isn't damaged. Other moves, tempting moves, might be to bring the bishop out, pin the black knight, I don't know, get castled. Lots of choice. IQP, isolated queen's pawn.
Yeah. And the active nature of this position for black is definitely something that's going to be suitable for Alireza as well. It's going to actually force Gukesh to be the one that burns time on the clock, because he will be looking at controlling black's activity on every move.
Absolutely, he needs to do that. I will say that to me, at least, it does feel that objectively, speed chess format, Alireza has the advantage. The fact that he played bishop to b4, there's going to be a lot of fight towards that central e4 square. I think at some point, Alireza wants to plant his own knight there, maybe take the knight on c3 first or not, but first he does unpin his knight on c6. So there are counter chances which are made possible because of that isolated queen's pawn in the position. So already a very dynamically, You know, there are imbalances to play for here, which I think suit both these players. It's going to be about the clock. Gukesh needs to make sure that he's up on the clock and doesn't let it level out.
Yeah, that's definitely such an important thing in Armageddon, because when you pass move 40, you're only getting a 1 second increment, and the clock, it is the most important piece in this particular format.
And this guy's an absolute beast, right? Playing on seconds and minutes, so you want those extra minutes on the clock when you're facing Alireza Firouzja in these formats. Gukesh, he does get your idea in. David Castle played.
Now threat against the d5 pawn that is guarded by Firouzja. Yeah, if here White can bring his rooks to the center, get all his pieces on healthy squares, then he's going to have long-term pressure. Gukesh doing very well, still 3 minutes up. But Firouzja is going to try and disrupt at some point. Somehow blow it open by pushing his central pawn, get his queen out, try and change the pawn structure, bring his own rooks to the center. I think Gukesh has got a nice position, but yeah, both players a bit slow, a bit tentative at these early stages.
Gukesh ready to make his move. Felt like he was reaching out for the queen. Get the queen anyway out of the way, put the 2 rooks in the center of the board. Alireza Firouzja at some point, if d4 is impossible, guarded by all the pieces and the pawns, you might have to plant your knight on e4 at the right time. He does place the queen on a4, a big threat. The knight on c6 hanging, the bishop on b4 will be hanging after that.
And question time for Alireza. How does he protect the loose bishop?
Maybe he can bring his queen out to b6, indirectly defend.
He's gonna do it.
Ooh. Queen exchange, but is that a pawn sacrifice? Can the knight be taken? Queen is also guarding c6.
He's relying on piece activity, David Howell. He wants to chase that queen once you grab that pawn, open lines, rook c8 coming in at the end of that sequence. And of course, Gukesh takes it. He wants a fight. He'll grab that pawn.
He needs to win, why not? He's done some of the hard work already. Queen does have escape squares, b5, b7, for now c7.
But he has to be careful, because if you're careless with the queen, bishop takes knight is always in the air. Okay, big question where to go with the queen.
And he's ready to answer that question, Jovanka. He falls back. And look at that. Alireza doesn't even pause. He's just going forward and forward.
There's a clear pawn now on a queen exchange. White's knight, maybe after another exchange, is going to sit pretty on the d4 square. This is a 2-result game. Gukesh now knows, okay, he of course needs to win, it's Armageddon, but he knows there's no risk. Now he can press in a relaxed manner. 2 versus 1 on the queen side. Golden opportunity.
A true result game, and yet only one works in your favor.
Exactly. At least the third one's almost off the table.
Off the table, that is good news for Gukesh right now. A pawn up, but still a lot of work left to do. The one good news for Gukesh is that bishop on f4, it stops the black rook from coming to the b file and stops a lot of piece activity. So really key piece in his attempt to win this game.
Yeah.
Takes the knight.
Takes it.
The other bishop opens up. Knight on d4 planted. A bishop pair in exchange for a pawn.
Question is where black goes now. Does he just drop back to a slightly more passive square, but controlling the knight? Or does he try to come into a nice outpost?
Ooh, I like that.
I like that as well. Maximize the pieces, and I suspect that's exactly what Alireza will do. Okay, objectively, White has a very nice position, but there's a lot of activity that White has to handle.
Ooh, but yeah, I was going to say bishop to d3 there would have been a big blunder because knight to c6. Maybe not quite a blunder, but a mistake. And okay, now his other bishop's getting kicked around the board.
Yeah, there was a threat of actually taking a pawn on a2, so with that move, everything is covered. Bishop drops back.
Yeah, but the advantage keeps growing right now. Is it time to start pushing that pawn majority, trying to create a passer, or will Gukesh take the time out to create a king lift, some breathing space for the king on the other side? Alireza's bishop stopping the king from coming to the center of the board. He does advance on the queen side.
Huge advantage. So unpleasant. Black's dream is to trade off his dark square bishop for White's beautiful knight, get opposite color bishops, try to get the rooks off the board, but that is a mile away. And we joked about Magnus's knight on a7 the other day. We likened it to Karpov versus Unziker. A bishop blocking an open file, blocking the scope of black's rooks so that the white rooks control that open line. And Gukesh borrowing a leaf out of that book, trying to do the same. Very nice.
Out of that classical game, and this is the idea of the game that comes to everyone's mind when we see such a pattern, right? Using a minor piece to double up, gain control. He might take the time out to at some point get his king a bit of breathing space. He does go for the idea to double up. How is Alireza going to try to make counterplay here? I think he just has to wait. There's not much to be done.
This pattern with the bishop blocking the open file, almost as famous as the opera mate pattern. But yeah, it's difficult. Maybe black can play g6, try to trade off, get his bishop on the long diagonal, take that knight. Even that is going to be suffering. Pawn on the d file could start advancing.
But there's some advantage to just holding the position, because the onus is constantly on Gukesh to do something. He has to find that active plan. h5, maybe ideas of g6, getting that bishop onto the long diagonal, as David has highlighted.
It's difficult. Firouzja just looks, I don't know, a bit less locked in than we've been seeing from him. Under 3 minutes now. Still only at move 24, so no increment in sight yet.
And now he's kind of set up, right? Just retreat with the bishop, infiltrate with the rooks. He first places it on the 6th rank, making sure that Firouzja's rook on 8 stays tied down to defending that pawn. And Firouzja's kind of running out of moves, improving moves. He's just shuffling around. He wants to get that bishop to f6. White's knight ready to jump to f5 any moment and into d6 as well.
And just to give you an update on one of the Armageddon results, was a draw between Bibisara and Divya, which means that Divya wins the Armageddon. She played with the black pieces, and Divya is once more the Armageddon queen.
It's a massive result for the women's section, taking down the tournament leader there and joining her in the lead. Fantastic stuff. 3 out of 3 Armageddon wins for Divya.
Yeah, you predicted it, Tanya. You trusted her. Queen of Armageddon. She's doing well. Debut here in Norway, and she seems to be loving it. No confessional appearance today, but still the same result.
All right, and what's going to happen here? Will Alireza continue on the same result streak? It looks like Gukesh is going to be the first to stop him. He goes for the pawn push, b5 coming in as well. Is this the moment that you try to go into an opposite color bishop endgame?
Oh, it feels like soon. The problem is, taking this knight, I don't see any way for black to stop the newly created passed d-pawn running down the board, especially with the bishop on this beautiful diagonal. White's bishop creating so much havoc. Hits a rook, but at least Alireza's got all of his pieces active now.
This is also such an anti-Alireza position. He's just on the defense with no counter chances in the position, sort of suffering in this endgame. You know, these are the positions these top players hate to play out.
Okay, time ticking. 3.5 minutes. Gukesh did nervously glance at the clock there, just for a second. Still in control. How can he improve?
Improve, but also keep one eye on the clock. Gukesh, you have to keep putting pressure on that as well. Alireza, if it goes into bullet territory, anything can happen regardless of the position.
Absolutely. And we know Alireza is so fast, so good as well. He's able to draw on these super quick instincts. The bishop calmed down, attacks the rook. Rook is going to move, centralizing itself. And once again, oh, and look at this. That is one snazzy move.
The advantage is almost gone. Huge mistake from Gukesh. Discovered attack against that white rook that has just moved at the bottom of the board. Bishop b5. He's going to find it.
He's reaching out for the bishop. Alireza's about to turn this around.
There we go. And it's going to be a shock for Gukesh, who's walked into a double attack. When d7 drops, the white rook on c6 drops. And at the end, black's bishop is able to regain one of the pawns. Bishop will take on a4. Game on.
He absolutely cannot believe it, Gukesh. But he has to get back in control. There's also no time on the clock. He's lost a chunk of his advantage now. Alireza right back on it.
Wow, he's still better. There's no urgency from Gukesh, though. He needs to keep the speed, play on the clock. He needs to take this rook on d7. There's simply no options. There we go. And now bring his rook back, gain time. There we go. Hitting the bishop on b2. He's composed himself. He's realized that he will be able to save his extra pawn on a4.
He goes for the attack again. An inaccuracy there. Is this the moment that he can keep pushing? But the pawn is defended. You can't go b5 in this position.
Wow.
But maybe you can. You can push b5 and then attack the bishop with the knight.
b5, it's difficult. That looks impossible, as you say, Tanya, but it is the best move. Ivanka's got it. b5, take it, knight to d4. The best way to keep the advantage. The only other way is
He finds it!
Oh, there we go. The only other move was bishop c5, but this is better.
Gukesh going for it. Once he got back in control after that shocker bishop to b5, Gukesh still hunting for that win.
Double attack. Getting the pawn advantage back, and Gukesh looking at the move number. He only needs to make 6 more moves to get that 1 second increment. Alireza under the 1 minute mark.
And I think Alireza missed b5. He thought the bishop comes back, he wins one of the 2 pawns. Not so quickly.
Wow, great tactic from Firouzja, but I think the pressure, it was just too much, and he's been on the back foot for so long. Accuracy is impossible with no time on the clock. He hits the white rook. That white rook can move, though. Plenty of decent squares. Where to go?
Attack the bishop, come in with a tempo, win that b5 pawn.
But the pressure is on, right? Because the rook has to move. There's also threats against the a pawn, and he goes on the counter. This is a very nice move. Black doesn't have the time to capture the pawn.
Alireza not happy with what he has in front of him.
Okay, he has to move the bishop. No choice.
Plants it at the center of the board. Pick up the pawn now. And Alireza looking for some counter chances where he can activate his rook on the open line next. Try to give some checks to Gukesh. He has to play for tricks at this point.
He really does. Rook to a8, getting on the open file, getting in behind is the only hope for black. But Gukesh, I'm surprised he didn't take that immediately. The white pawn needed to take that. It wants to promote on a dark square, same color as its bishop. So taking with the knight would have been a mistake. Here we go, counterplay. Firouzja, 24 seconds. He's going to make 4 moves to get the increment.
He's coming in with that rook. If you try to stop it with your own rook, if you're Gukesh, putting it on the first rank, it will be chased, pursued by the 2 bishops. Never easy to try to hide from the bishop attack in the endgame. Alireza Firouzja trying to make things as complicated as possible. Gukesh trying to neutralize it with more trades.
Finds the best move. Gukesh. The black bishop has to stay on the board. Black needs the bishop pair. He needs especially the dark square bishop to deliver some checks against the white king if he wants any counterplay, but that can be stopped. That can be ruled out. White's bishop can stop that. Pawn could advance. The question is whether black's rook going behind the pawn will be an annoyance or not. Jumps in with his knight, threatening a fork, but losing the advantage.
Oh my goodness, gives a check.
And the bishop's coming round. Watch out. Checkmating ideas. The bishop's coming round to f3. The white king is caught in the kill zone.
And suddenly out of nowhere.
Out of control. How to defend against this. Gukesh calmly attacks the bishop, but the bishop is coming round to f3, and then the king is stuck in a checkmating net. The only one move to survive. But can Gukesh, with seconds, hold his composure?
He's dead lost if he doesn't play knight d4.
Yeah, only move. Otherwise he resigns. Otherwise it's just checkmate. Why is he hesitating?
Make a move, Gukesh. It's the only one to protect bishop to f3. What is he thinking about? Think after. Move first.
Okay, move played. This is what's caught him off guard. The bishop's going to take that knight. Now, drastic measures needed. But he can move his rook out the way. There we go. Bishop takes d4 will hit the black rook, gaining a bit of time back. But that knight will be removed. It will be captured soon by Firouzja. No time, 6 seconds. There we go. The black rook's going behind now. Checkmate still on the cards.
And
Gukesh desperately trying to break out with his king, but that gate can be closed. The door shuts. h4. No escape for the white king.
Bishop f3 coming in next, forcing Gukesh to give up the rook, and now Gukesh is completely lost. The rook stops the pawn from promoting, and Alireza needs only a draw.
And Gukesh now in panic mode.
No time on the clock for both these players. One of them is going to get flagged.
Wow, look at the clock. That's going to decide everything, everyone. Gukesh needs a miracle now. Can he make that happen? 1 second increment, saving him.
He's just going towards the king. Alireza Firouzja is. He goes for that pawn. He's about to lose his own pawn, and look at that. He's completely winning.
Wow, could he stop the clock and claim there? Pieces flying. A draw enough for Firouzja. Remember, everyone, it's Armageddon. A draw is enough, and Gukesh resigns.
He loses on time. Oh, what a scramble there. What a finish. It's complete pandemonium on the board. This is Armageddon.
This is absolute cinema. unbelievable scenes here. Gukesh Tomaraju pushing for the win right from the start. And Alireza Firouzja, what an incredible fighter, finding these resources at the end, turning it around. He is so far the king of Norway chess.
He was so speedy, turning it around, won an Armageddon with his leg in a cast. That is incredible play.
Incredible play. We've got to jump into this game between Prag and Magnus. When we last left it, Prag was in full control, but Magnus, he has been managing to coordinate his forces. Is he out of trouble?
Not yet, but if he finds this bishop move, it is a double attack. Hitting White's rook, hitting White's knight, then Magnus might be back in the game. For now, the evaluation says advantage Prag, but not by much. And I think maybe Prag's last move, given a question mark, it's because it's going away from the Black King. Suddenly Black has some time to unravel the pieces.
And while Magnus is on the thing, can I ask you for a really quick action replay? While he's thinking about his next move, take us through what just happened here so we can catch up with what's going on in the current position.
Now we left it here, we said Magnus had 3 moves. Bishop c6 to stop the knight coming in, or you can take the pawn in the center, or you develop your knight. Magnus found the best one, knight to g6. Prag continued with that idea we showed a bit earlier. He came in with a nasty check, finally stopping that idea for good of Black castling. That's been on the cards for so long, prevented. Now the Black rook in the corner can't get in. Rook to f1, natural pressure. Magnus here blocked that f-file, and after queen to d4, Magnus putting his other knight on an outpost. This is where a mistake from Prag came in. Apparently queen to b6 would have been the strongest move, and Black is all sorts of tied up. But instead, knight takes b7 allows this blow. Bishop b5, just to show the idea. Hitting the rook, hitting the knight. If White blocks, Black can give up the bishop. Bishop takes c4, and now the knight will drop with a check. Bishop takes, for example, and suddenly this is less clear. The Black king can run away.
Question, was there no queen d8 check in the middle?
Hey.
What did I miss?
In this position.
After c4, bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn, queen check. Great question, Tanya. Great question. This is going to stop Magnus doing this. Rook takes, king e7, and at the very end, this rook hangs. This rook hangs. Black's the exchange down, but a lot of pawns.
Oof.
And Black is suddenly better if this happens.
Wow. Wow, what a turnaround. And we have a result. It was a draw between Vincent Keimer and Wesley So. So we're going to be seeing yet another Armageddon.
What's the count? Where are we at? Have we had all games going to Armageddon so far?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, is David taking this one more time, Jovanka?
There would need to be one decisive result for that to happen. I'm not so sure right now.
Ooh, 6 Armageddons would be quite the treat.
Yeah,
Clean sweep in Armageddons, which is really rare that we've had a tournament where we've only had, if there is all Armageddons, that we've had like only 3 wins in Classical.
True.
Especially when it's such fighting games, for them to all kind of descend towards a draw and converge towards that peaceful result. It's surprising, but we'll see. Anything could still happen in this game. Still 3 results possible.
That's exactly what I was thinking, right? Not all draws are made equal, and the ones that are happening at Norway Chess are anything but equal in their journey to becoming an Armageddon. And right now, Magnus Carlsen with 11 minutes on the clock, 12 moves remaining to make time control under pressure, only move to keep the game going, bishop to b5. Everything else, a huge advantage to Pragnananda.
Yeah, I could see Magnus just trying to do something about his king, try to maybe walk it off the back rank to get his rook into the game, swing that across. So I think that might be the other logical move if he doesn't look for forcing variations. But okay, time's going to play a huge role here. They're just at move 28. Prag has to make 12 moves in 7 minutes. Magnus has to make 12 moves in 10 minutes.
Oh my gosh, still anything can happen. The biggest problem in Magnus's game today has been that rook on h8. The fact that it hasn't played a single move until now, and he's been struggling to get into the game. You put that anywhere else, the rook absolutely on any other square, we're talking about a Magnus Carlsen win.
I think he's going to play king to g8. I think he's just going to try and shuffle it. Oh, he does find the best move though, Magnus. Would that be a surprise for Prag? Great calculation from the world number 1.
And now the question here for Prag is how is he going to respond to that? The Indian school of chess is very much you go on the counter-offensive. So c4 is what I'm expecting.
Feels like moving the rook is too slow. I think Black can safely take that knight. Any checks on the back rank can be blocked by Black's bishop. So I think it has to be either a check something that Tanya pointed out, just with c4 kind of included or not. Check might actually lead to the same thing, but white still with an extra doubled c-pawn. So it's either a check or it has to be the block.
I mean, I kind of like the idea of giving a check first. Why give that c4 pawn up? But Prag has to calculate more than one of these two moves. He has to keep one eye on the clock right now as it keeps ticking down. Bishop to b5. Still a game for all three results.
And the clock is ticking, as you mentioned there, Tanya, and the choices are really tempting for Prag. He can't just dive into that deep tree of calculation, and he has to rely on his instinct here.
The problem is he's already in that deep forest of calculation, where 2 + 2 is equal to 5 and the path out wide enough for 1. Either Pragnananda or Magnus Carlsen.
He just doesn't have the time to burn because the complications there are going to keep on coming.
What do we think?
He throws in the check.
Hey.
And just to give you an update, there's been another result draw between Humpy Kanaru and Anna Muzichuk, as we expected.
But I did see the bar drop down with this move, so more accurate to have pushed that c-pawn before going for this, and I'm trying to work out what's the difference, David Howell.
Yeah, I think it's just the style of position. Now we're going to an endgame. We're going to get all the we're going to get the queens off, we're going to get a set of rooks off, and it's going to be really unbalanced, that endgame. But black has a lot of pawns, black has a lot of squares, control. We could have seen the queen stay on the board. Yes, it would have come at the cost of a pawn for Prag. Playing c4 would have allowed the bishop to take it, the knight to drop. But keeping queens on when black's king is so misplaced, I think it's just the style. You need to keep attacking chances when black is so poorly coordinated. Going into an endgame against Magnus Carlsen as well as the objective side, subjectively here, I don't think it's a great decision. But I think Prag, maybe with half an eye on safety due to the clock situation, at least here the risk will be lower.
I think it's just him being pragmatic right now. You want to get the queens off the board with such little time on the clock. You're hoping the next few moves will be quick. The position will get more liquidated. But Magnus says, I'm keeping my rook on the board even though it hasn't made a single move. He comes back with the knight, giving Prag the opportunity to take it and still go c4.
Magnus not forcing the issue. And apparently quite a sizable mistake. Not game-ending, not a blunder. But yeah, allowing white to keep more material on the board isn't the right way forward. And it is all about that rook, Tanya, I think. If again, give it 3 more moves. If it can come up maybe via h6 this time, g6, maybe it activates. But Magnus, will he get that luxury of time?
Yeah, one has to look ahead. What happens after the queen trade and the c-pawn moving forward, hitting that bishop, blocking the attack on the rook. Magnus will also move his bishop away. And what is going to be Prag's response? We are going into time pressure territory. Officially a blitz game right now for Pragnananda.
Officially blitz, under 5 minutes. He does push c4. He's getting closer to the increment. But this is so imbalanced. Magnus frowning. He missed this move. It was such an obvious one. Should have been on his radar.
He's banking on the bishop to c6, stepping back y1 square, attacking the knight, attacking the pawn on g2.
And he loses on the spot. Knight d8, and it's mate. Rook takes f7.
Whoa!
Knight takes c6. Magnus has no good squares.
Oh my gosh, and a bishop d7, you can even sacrifice your exchange and go in with a rook to f7.
Wow.
And that is one-way traffic. That gives back the material, Prag, but can never lose.
Never. The c-pawn moving forward, e6 incredibly weak, and Magnus realizes it.
Yeah, not only has he blundered, or almost blundered, but he hasn't spotted that the only move now, bishop a4. Otherwise, it's over almost. Otherwise, he's just lost Magnus Carlsen. Bishop a4, only move. The idea is to try and drag the white knight back, and then he'll fall back to c6 when there's no knight to d8 idea.
Clever, but that's not an easy spot. Magnus had bishop c6 in mind all the way through. I would bet that he missed knight to d8.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so easy to miss as well, because you think, well, the knight will just go back, but instead it just goes forward, and Magnus, he still hasn't made a move.
On the
hasn't
board.
quite realized that only one move is sufficient.
He needs to find the move. He's lost on the spot if he doesn't play bishop to a4. But it's starting to look quite dangerous with the c-pawn. Anyway, moving forward, Magnus reaching out. He does process of elimination.
Yeah, he looked at all the possible moves there. He found out that they were all losing other than this one. That's often the simplest way to calculate. You look for forcing moves, but you look for things just to survive there. Magnus is kind of shaking his head, it looked like, looking away for a moment. But he still has more time on the clock. He's still not out of this game yet. Still just 2 moves away. Move the knight, bring the rook in from getting a decent chance.
And he is threatening knight to e3 as well. So let's not forget about not only the 2 rooks, but the pawn on c2 tender.
That's a huge threat, actually. And how to deal with it. One of the white rooks surely has to move. But where? Elimination technique. Who's going to be eliminated from this classical game? Rook to d8, pin. How effective will that be? Stopping the black rook. That poor black rook just wants to get in the game, just wants to move once, but isn't allowed to.
Frog is just making sure that doesn't happen, but I'm looking at those rook left ideas that you had mentioned earlier, trying to get the rook into the game, but also tactics, right? Knight e3, maybe you start with bishop takes pawn. Actually, David, bishop takes pawn, comes in with a check. Whoa, Magnus just did a lean back like he just saw something incredible for himself.
Wow, bishop takes pawn, as you say, Tanya.
And knight e3 check.
Oh, hitting the rook. White's king would not be able to take that bishop, or would it? If it doesn't take that bishop, the bishop's coming back round, hitting the defender of White's rook. Hitting some pawns. That's a very forcing line.
But you need to calculate so deeply there, because once you take that bishop, it's going to hinge on whether black can prevent the advance of the c-pawn. If you can't do that, you can't touch this line.
I think he's calculated. I think he's reaching for the edge of the board. It's the bishop, but he falls back with the bishop. He's hitting the knight, he's hitting the pawn.
And Prag's about to move his rook from d8, but the best move was actually to not touch that rook, to not defend the knight, to bring the other rook to d1, getting ready to deliver a check and to pick up pieces if the knight were captured. That would have been difficult with no time, Prag now.
And it's more important for Prag to prioritize the clock than find the best move in the position. So rook b8, understandable, especially because it was played fast, but this gives Magnus the opportunity to grab the g2 pawn. Even reroute his knight, but just pick up a pawn. Why not? Hit the white rook. And Prag's got to move in with a tempo. Either place it on d1, the open line, or start chasing the bishop.
Yeah, and current material count for everyone at home, it's the exchange down for black, it's knight for rook, but Magnus has 2 pawns in return. So it's actually level on material for the first time in a long time. 4 versus 1 on the king side in terms of pawns. G5 is going to be a huge idea in the near future. H4, H3, H2, boom.
Oof.
And just like that, the risk has gone up, but I'm expecting the rook to move itself to the center, take control of the open line. This position is still fraught with danger.
It really is, and I have a feeling this could very well become a race. You know, you pointed out that H-pawn 4 moves away from becoming a queen. The C-pawn, you want to start moving up the board as quickly as possible. He does start chasing the bishop, Pragnananda does, as he looks up to see the move counter there. Move 34 it is, Prag, 6 more to go.
There we go, C-pawn about to start motoring forward. That was actually the only way for Prag to keep the advantage. Anything else, black would have been better. If he hadn't gained this valuable tempo against the black bishop, black would have started the race 1 move early. Black would have got that head start. Magnus doesn't get it now. He has to find another safe square for his bishop. This bishop's been kicked around a lot. No stable squares yet. Black's rook yet to move as well.
And that bishop is such a key piece, right? Because it's also stopping that power pawn that's about to move forward for Prag. C6 square under control. So you can just look at ideas of the storm that you were talking about on the right side. G5, push that H-pawn, nothing stopping it. I can feel the pressure on Prag from here. I agree. Starts looking more dangerous for White.
I think everyone can feel the pressure on Prag and Magnus. Bishop steps back and the race has to begin.
We're 1 floor away from the players, but I can almost feel Prag shaking. That chair shaking, understandably. Like, he's been so close to victory, almost a knockout on Magnus's king earlier, now an endgame. Totally different nature, but still better, Prag. Can he convert? That's the big question.
Also, because the risk is so high, I'm wondering whether Prag will just kind of pull the brakes and start trying to harass this bishop. Repeat the position as much as possible.
Ooh, that's a very good point, Yvaka. Like rook f1, rook g3, just keep eternally chasing that piece. And maybe we'll see like rook f1, bishop g2, rook g1, bishop f3, repetition. At least get closer to getting some increment. 6 moves away now. He's only got 2 minutes left, Prag. Big decisions. Rook g3 played.
He's chasing the bishop. Where do you move?
Again, the bishop has to be ever so careful, right? You can't just rocket back to c6 because it will get chased away again by a knight. And blue arrow appears, only 1 move.
Only way to keep the game going, you want to get back with your knight, defend that bishop.
Second best move apparently is bishop to h1, which makes some sense here, keeping it on the long diagonal, but it's always such an awkward square. I don't think Magnus wants to do that. So understandable and logical if he plants this knight back in the center. Multi-purpose, the knight is just such a beast in the center of the board, but it does feel like it stops Black's plan of g5.
He's reaching for it.
Yeah, he's going to play it though.
Of course, it's Magnus Carlsen in an endgame. This is what he does, and he does it best.
And Bragg just inching closer to the move 40, and whoa!
For the first time in the game, it's Magnus Carlsen on the advantage. The bar goes down, g5, and Magnus will play for a win.
Wow, g5 is such a clever move here. If the pawn captures on g5, h takes g5, Black gets a huge pass pawn. But the trick is, if the rook takes on g5, Black drops the knight back to d7, hits the rook on b8, and the bishop is going to win the knight on b7. Can't do that now because the bishop is hanging on f3, so you lure away the white rook first. This is difficult. What do we think? Is he going to find it? g5 looks like an invisible move.
He finds it!
Wow, Magnus turning on the magic. Madness from Magnus.
Magnus doing Magnus things again. Look at him work that magic. What a move.
And he does it over and over again. He's not only squeezing positions in an endgame out of nowhere with no advantage, even in lost endgames, the guy knows how to turn this around. He knows how to shift gears, and he knows how to snatch victory from the jaws of almost a dead lost position here. Now Magnus Carlsen will grind this on. The psychological shift that happens right now for Pragg to deal with that. The deflection tactic here that David pointed out. Rook takes pawn, you lose a piece. Magnus just full board awareness.
Wow.
Completely.
Pragg has average of 20 seconds per move to the time control, brings his knight back. That's a huge mistake. He had to take that pawn, h takes g5, and just cling on, put his rook in front of the pawn, blockade. But now Magnus locks in the white rook. We talked about the black rook on h8. That white rook on g3 is toast. It's gone, it's trapped. Black's going to later push the f-pawn, and there's going to be an avalanche. Magnus is in the driver's seat now. Magnus is on the brink of winning his first game of the event. First classical game.
Driver's seat and cruising on how now. Magnus, with the ease with which he played g4, he knows it. Magnus knows this is a winning position. You look at him on the screen, he's locked in, and as he fills in the score sheet for Pragnananda, a dead lost position from being the guy dominating the game from the start.
And for Pragg, what a shock. What a loss of control. You know, so close to beating the world number one, and now it's all gone wrong.
It's a check. He's about to follow the king. Where are you going? If you go back, Pragg can go back to d6, pinning the knight.
You go back, you go forward. Is there even a bad square for Magnus right now? One thing I will say, Magnus does love allowing discovered checks, so I wouldn't be shocked if he plays a move like king to d8, but it does feel much more natural to want to go forward. Question is whether white can start repeating, putting pressure on that black knight on e8. Pragg has 34 seconds to make 2 more moves.
And it's also his mind right now, right? He knows that this is all gone from his hands. And he knows that this is close to over now from having such an in-control advantage in the middle game, in the end game. How do you shift that mindset of going on to defense?
It's not easy to suddenly make that shift, but I think Pragg is desperately trying to repeat the position as much as he can. Get to move 40, get that extra time. He knows it's all gone wrong, but for Magnus, he's so used to making that shift from defending, from unraveling to suddenly in control.
And exchange, what exchange? White was up a rook for a minor piece earlier, but White's rook is way worse than any minor piece now on g3. So if Magnus can dodge the checks and avoid a repetition, it's pretty much over, one-way traffic. White's c-pawn can never advance past the barricade on c6. White's bishop on a2 is dead. This is maybe the last critical moment for Magnus to try and find something.
He runs with the king.
And he comes back using the pin on the last rank. Pragg's final hope is Magnus Carlsen's non-moved rook on h8. He's attacking the knight, hoping that Magnus will retreat with the king. And then he can give a check again.
Move 39. I don't think that Magnus is even going to give Pragg that pleasure of repeating moves. I think the bishop is just going to take that step back and defend its knight.
Yeah, bishop can defend the knight. I have a feeling Magnus really wants to play knight takes d6.
Ooh.
I mean, he's looked at those similar tactics before. There were ideas of giving up the rook on h8 in other variations earlier. Apparently it's not a great... Sacrifice, bring the knight in, stop pushing the pawn.
We also spoke about how Magnus goes for beauty prize, right?
Exactly.
And it really does feel like it would be up his alley. And what rook? That rook hasn't made a single move. So I'm with you, David. Won't be surprised if we see knight takes knight and then the knight jumping forward, targeting the white rook on g3 from e4.
Yeah, all of these squares, e4, f5. It's so unnecessary, but it's Magnus. It's typical Magnus. Yes, he can go back. Maybe at this point it would be practical.
He does it.
He goes for knight takes d6. He goes in with knight to e4. Some of the advantage is gone, but he's still better, Magnus. And white's really on the defensive now. It's all about the passed pawns. That rook has to retreat, save itself.
It's going to be about the g-pawn. He's going to give a check. He's going to start chasing that rook from the g file, coming into e2, and g3, g2, g1. Does the job.
Hey, still a winning advantage. Or is it king b2, only good square? There we go. Doesn't walk into a fork. Magnus goes in.
And he's going to start pushing the pawn, slowly but surely.
2 exchanges down, Magnus Carlsen, but with an advantage.
But still the complications, though, continue, because you mustn't forget that white also has a passed pawn. At the minute, it's just heavily guarded, but it's there. With rook f1, you can't move that knight away from e5.
And neither can you push the g-pawn easily anymore. So Magnus has to still take a pause and find a way to keep moving that pawn forward. White pawn's coming up.
This is fascinating. Magnus, I did say it was unnecessary, and I still love his decision because it's fun for us as commentators, but in practical terms, his path to an advantage much more narrow now.
Ooh, did you see that? Yeah. Magnus just... Whoa, he got g3, but this...
Magnus!
Oh my goodness!
Last c6!
And Prag misses it. Prag could have just played rook to g8, covered the g-file. Magnus now needs to push his pawn. It's a massive pawn race. Missed opportunity from Prag. Magnus went from better to losing in one move. Prag missed it.
He just rushed it. He had no time on the clock. With the 10-second increment, he didn't take a pause. Rook to g8 would have been winning for Pragnananda. Now after g2, it gets completely wild. Prag's about to give up his rook. We're going to see queens on the board for both players.
Wow, this is so similar to Magnus against Gukesh from last year, where Magnus suddenly lost control and things turned around with pass pawns running up and down the board. G2 only move. Otherwise, it's over. Magnus takes back his king.
And that's a blunder. That's it. You can push the pawn. Just queen just queen the pawn, Pragnananda.
Wow.
That's it. C7 game over.
C7, Magnus can pretty much resign. What has just happened? We've just seen total self-destruction from the world number one. What? A new queen is about to be born.
And Prag knows it. He comes back with
but
the bishop.
rook is going to come.
Now the white rook just needs to find any safe square. The black pawn's going nowhere. The white pawn is a queen. Magnus Carlsen resigns.
He resigns! Wow. What a game with so many twists and turns. Pragnananda wins. What a roller coaster of a game.
Completely crazy. I am speechless with what we have just witnessed. Everything that could go wrong for Magnus. Magnus can't believe it. He absolutely can't believe it. He's shaking his head. It's an absolute shocker what we've just witnessed here in Oslo. And now it has Magnus with his second defeat of the tournament.
So uncharacteristic. It was Prag who was low on time.
You don't see the players talk to each other there.
Yeah.
No table smash. Magnus just shocked, I think, by his own mistakes there. Just what did we just witness? What happened?
And just when Magnus pulled off a Houdini, just when he got out of trouble, a winning position,
when he's so close to finishing, he just self-destructs.
I mean, I think we're going to need a slower action replay of everything that just happened at the end of it to really catch up to what went wrong for the world number one. You know, he wins endgames out of nothing. And it felt like he was creating that. And we've got one more game on. We've got the Armageddon on this where Wenjin's down to 20 seconds on the clock, but I'm still reeling from what we just witnessed.
Yeah, we'll break it down in more detail a bit later once we've had a breather from some of these Armageddons. This, in the meantime, should be a draw. Will we see Armageddon in this one? Knight to g4. Queen takes g4 would be a draw offer essentially here. There
And
we
she
go.
takes it.
Rook to g3 pins the queen, but it's a drawn king of pawn endgame, and we'll see these two play. Wait, is this the classical? Or is this the? There we go. It's going to be a draw any moment, and clock's stopped. It is a draw.
So we have had exactly as one Mr. Howell predicted. One decisive result in the classical, 5 Armageddons.
Wow. I don't know whether I'm happy to be right or or not, but here we go. One of those Armageddons in play is Vincent Keimer against
job.
Kawat, cok. Oke bang, limited. Wah, jago cok. Udah tengah malam bang. Ntar bang beres ini bang. Enggak ini gue ajak ngobrol. Beres ini main bang. jago nih cowok, baru belajar 999, elo-nya 1800. Sini bang. Mabarnya unrated aja bang. Gimana tuh bang? Invite bang. Invite bang, mabarnya unrated. Udah mau beres bang. Nope. Waduh. Oke, gimana?